Professor A. Oshinobi is in the house. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. And let me quickly say that we have a lot of other distinguished personalities in our midst. We will continue recognitions. But before I go, today, the special keynote speaker is already with us. And like they say, who doesn't know him? Professor Pat Utomi. Please give him a round of applause. It's a pleasure to have you, sir. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'll crave your indulgence that we please stand up for the national anthem, followed by the University of Lagos anthem. This is taking place in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We have no other country. Thank you very much. Please let's sit down. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for those who still desire to join us when we do the big, great Akokites, one of the easy ways to do that is through the University of Lagos Business School. Just come and join us, and then you can join us to sing very well. Thank you very much. I want to say to all those who had gone beyond the call of duty. The last couple of years had been indeed a big one in putting together the University of Lagos Business School. But I want to say that some people had actually walked beyond the call of duty. Please let's give them a round of applause. Some people also did put together today's conference. Please let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Let me call the Executive Director, University of Lagos Business School, for his opening remark. Professor Abraham A.A. Oshinobi, please come. Let's keep clapping until this man gets here.
Thank you, Dr. Samuel. While I rest on the existing protocols already well established by Dr. Adirun Samuel, I like to quickly recognize, in no particular order, let me recognize my immediate boss, who gave me fees to appointed me executive director, and not just only that, granted me a second term. Let me recognize Professor Oluwatoyin Tayo FAS. And of course, other members of the management of our great university. Other members of the management team are also actually joining online as we speak. But here among us, we have the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Management Services, Professor Elusi. Welcome, sir. And our Esquire brother, who is always doing his inaugural every time in the end of the night, and I've always also been the chairman of that ceremony. Mr. Oladejo assists the restaurant. And of course, other members of I must recognize. This is very important to me that I recognize people like one of my sisters just said is valedictory in nation. So it's good for me to just do the needful. Recognize as well because I know he's joining online. Mr. Dr. Lekon Lawal. I recognize him. I also recognize Professor Otiwa, the director of Savicom, Quality Assurance of the University of Lagos. Professor Mukwelola Olushake, the director of academic planning. I recognize now the Jagaban of the University of Lagos, the chairman of the opening ceremony, Professor Ayo Onyema. And then the senior anatomist of Nigeria. I'm a senior anatomist, but I'm a senior anatomist of Nigeria. There are so many cars to him that I cannot be counting now. Professor Oladapo Ayodelashiri. And of course, our guest speaker, my brother, my former Professor Tutomi. Thank you for that. When it was very difficult for me to get Tutomi, I knew what I did. I just called your wife. When she saw my call, she said, you know what was happening. I've gotten a way to go around this thing now for having spent 20 years. And then she, for you, I cannot forget to say you. It's amazing at your age. 85, 90 now, sir. When I went to Chief Ojuke, office showed me all the awards And while this is not a, I say it is not a vote of thanks, but let me recognize where is Professor Olawon, my boss, my trainer, the man who trained me. Indefatigable Vice Chancellor Professor Oluwatoyin Temitayo Ogundepo FAS, as part of his overall vision for Unilag, decided to operationalize the commencement of a business school that was hitherto approved by the University Senate in 2013 under the leadership of Professor Rahman Bello, who is also here today. That will command respect globally. This was flagged off by the setting up of the working committee headed by the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academics and Research, Professor Wole Familoni. When the VC appointed me to become his pioneer executive director, I took time to meditate on it because it is not in my nature and desire to just occupy a position, as we say in medicine, to become a space-occupying legion. I have to be able to make a difference. As I meditated around, I got approval to accept the opportunity to serve the University of Lagos in this capacity. This approval hit me in the form of a personal vision of excellence along the line of that vision of the University of Lagos and of the vision of the Vice Chancellor who has appointed me. Every single day since my appointment as the Executive Director of the University of Lagos Business School, my team and I have carried the vision that the Vice of Lagos Business School will be different positively, not only while I am the Executive Director, but even long after I have been succeeded. And this vision of excellence, I realize, must first and foremost be demonstrated in how we treat and interact with everything and everyone within and outside the University of Lagos. Our culture impacts heavily on our nomenclature. For example, at the University of Lagos Business School, they are nothing like lecturers. They are nothing like teachers. All what we have at the University of Lagos Business School are simply facilitators because they have come to serve as figure of authority in the classroom. They have not come to dish out information to the classroom. Again, as part of our culture, they are nothing like classrooms in our nomenclature. All what we have, they are not theaters, they are not lecture theaters. All what we have are meeting rooms. And at the University of Lagos Business School, there are no students. All of us are simply learners, we are participants. We see our processes as participatory in nature. We see all of us as learners participating in the process of creating excellence that University of Lagos Business School has been known for. except that this time around, we are only advancing that sterling culture of excellence in the areas of business and other related fields. And by the special grace of God, we have done that beautifully well. Our culture and policy also reflect on our mode of interaction. We have the vision that our participants will be treated like VIPs, not because of the fees they pay. No, it is because that is just the right thing to do in an academic environment of this standard. Our school is a practical one. It is edged on the basis that almost over 60 to 70% of what we do will be practical in nature. For example, the vision of excellence that drives the operation of the University of Lagos Business School enable us to develop robust pedagogical method that enhances the educational experience of our participants by promoting lifelong learning, healthy respect for participants in discussion-like manner through the use of case-based learning systems. Ladies and gentlemen, several webinars and special seminar series on topical issues were held between 2018 and 2022. Solutions were provided to many local and international challenges. Some of the speakers of such seminars included even our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ikoyi, the CEO of Platform Capital, Mr. Bode also the former Director General and Advisor Budget Matters to the presidency. That was only the era of President Obasanjo. Also, some of our panelists included the VC of University of Nigeria, the Vice Chancellor of Ghana University in Legon, the Vice Chancellor of Covenant University, the Managing Director of Consultancy Services, Times Higher Education in London, the Pro-Chancellor of National University of that is Professor Peter Okebunkola, who was the former Executive Secretary of National University Commission as well. The Vice Chancellor of Bayero University we also hosted him in one of our webinar series. Also, the Advice Education Commonwealth of Learning was also hosted as part of all the webinars I've had. We've also had special seminar series, and some of the speakers included His Excellency Mr. Babatunde Raji Fashola, the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, Dr. Cosmas Maibu, the CEO of Osiris, Dr. Mary Awoshika, the Access Bank here, the Dr. Mama Eze OFR, the former DG of Royal of Public Procurement, and also the former DG of the MASA was also hosted him. That's Dr. Peter Side. Ladies and gentlemen, I must also let us know that we have had a couple of collaborations in terms of support from meaningful, well-meaning Nigerians, both within and outside the academia. For example, I seize this opportunity to recognize profusely, without any reservation, the contribution of my friend and my brother, Dr. Ikoyi, who is represented by the board here. Mrs. Akindele, can you wave your hand? Is currently, Dr. Akindele is currently the only one at the platinum level of support to the University of Lagos business. I also see the opportunity to recognize Pinnacle. Pinnacle has also been Pinnacle Oil and Gas. The Executive Director of Pinnacle Finance is here, Mr. Sunday. Are you here now? Yeah, thank you, sir. We appreciate your support, and of course the support of New Cross as well. We appreciate you. The CEO just left now. It's on its way to Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, when we started, we had just 25 participants for our MBA. And to the glory of Almighty God, as of today, we are having over 100 participants. Not only that, we have also started some other programs. For example, we now have an online mode of executive MBA, meaning that we can read all over the world, all over the globe. People can actually access the quality program that University of Lagos Business School is well noted for. Also, our DBA just commenced as well. Now we struggle so much because so many actually apply to get into our DBA program. We have to prune down to 20 to the manageable size. What we actually after was to prune down to 15 to 10, but unfortunately it wasn't possible because these were eminently qualified. Out of about over 45 people that actually applied for our DBA, and the DBA program is run effectively now. We've also started the MPH program. It's a good of MPH program here, and to recognize you in particular because you have done very well. And then we also started the executive NIA program, that is the non-interest finance. We have also started that, we are also running well. But ladies and gentlemen, when we started our MBA, we promised, we advertised that our participants will resume on 6th of September, year 2019. And we promised as well, even before they commence the program, that we are going to deliver again. We are going to have your graduation in September, year 2021. And to the glory of the Almighty God, irrespective of COVID, irrespective of lockdown, irrespective of industrial action, our participants finish on record time September 2019. And through the immense effort of members of the academic board of the University of Lagos Business School, and in particular, I must recognize all the efforts put in by the university management, led by Professor ULBS, in ensuring that these participants graduated in record time. And sir, we appreciate you for that. We cannot thank you for the love of that. Ladies and gentlemen, as I round up, we have had 2 major international recognitions. We are now a member of Association of African Business School based in South Africa. We are also a member of the Business Graduate Association, based in London. As at the last time I checked, University of Lagos Business School is the only business school in Nigeria to have that membership. I know Professor Patito is hearing me. I know he's hearing me. By the way, when some saw that I invited my brother, Professor Patrick, told me, said, why you invited somebody who is coming from Lagos Business School? I said, my husband has invited me so many times to his place to do a lot of things together too. So we are not afraid of, we see ourselves as collaborators, we are not competitors. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, sir, let me now do some appreciation. Vice Chancellor, sir, I cannot thank you enough for bringing a medical doctor, an anatomist, to the business school. You never gave me the reason until when eventually I brought, I remember, and I can never forget that day. I brought Dele Momodu. It was that day you eventually told me the reason you appointed me, which I'm going to disclose now. And you also told me all your position that you also are off record. Why you have appointed a medical doctor, an anatomist, to someone here in the business school. But like you said that day, well, the evidence you have not. I'm sure you have not done anything wrong now. So ladies and gentlemen, I also thank Professor Rahman Bello, the visionary, who saw the vision. We said, look, there should be a business school, University of Lagos. Sir, I'm happy that we are. I'm always a very lucky human being. I remember, sir, you will remember, sir, I'm probably the only inaugural lecturer who had the opportunity of having an incoming Vice Chancellor and a sitting Vice Chancellor. That was November 8th, year 2017. So again, I'm having, when I said categorically that the word is chronobiology. Chronobiology in medicine and anatomy means that everything changes with time. A time to come, a time to go, a time to be born, a time to exist.
Okay? That is, the world is ephemeral in nature. So we are transient, and that's exactly what has happened. So again, I thank you so much, sir, for the vision that you have seen. I also thank the chairman of the opening ceremony, our keynote speakers. I must recognize all our speakers. They've done very well. We are having 8 speakers for virtually tomorrow. Is going to, I invite all of you. We are going to have solutions to Nigerians' issues. And I'm particularly impressed as well by the crop of teachers, of lecturers that will be here today. And I thank our advisory board members. Raise up your hand again, advisory board members. I thank you so much. Chief Oshuke, you are still advisory board member. They've done very wonderfully well. I cannot appreciate you enough. Okay, and then yes, Dr. Deria Oshika is not here. St. John. Academic board members, can you raise up your hand? We have given tremendous support to the University of Lagos. Academic, raise up your hand for recognition. Yes, yes. Okay, Professor Lawal, I can see you now. Dr. Adesal, yes. Professor Shaibu, thank you so much. Our facilitators, a lot of our visitors here, and coordinators, directors, yes. My law, thank you so much. Yes, Dr. Ferry, the director of DBA program. Thank you, God bless you. Dr. Rahim. Yes, our assistant coordinator, and the members of the research grant and publications unit. You have done wonderful. Let's stand up for recognition. This is the powerhouse of the University of Lagos Business School. You know, one thing, thank you. One thing I'm grateful for University of Lagos Business School. God has put good people around me. So if there's any success we have recorded, it's not the executive director, it's just the people that are doing the driving. I'm just only sitting on the driver's seat. That is all I'm doing. The engine room is coming from people like members of the conference organizing committee led by the editor-in-chief, where are you? And the managing editor-in-chief, Professor Suleiman, managing editor of our journal, Professor Shaibu, yes, Ajagbe Josro Lamborghini, yes. Then our participants, our participants at all levels, stand up for recognition. Stand up for recognition. Oh, yes, you know what I told you? I said, you must stay in the University of Lagos Business School. I am not an alumnus of University of Lagos Business School, and I'm only an alumnus of University of Lagos. So you have greater say than me in this place. So the school is yours. The ball is in your court. So you must pass it very well, accurately, and by God's grace, God will help you. Thank you. Then the administrative staff. At the University of Lagos Business School, we have a template where the academics and the non-academics work effectively to move a unit forward. I cannot pray for a better administrative staff. I cannot. Where are you? Led by Pastor Adefara. Where are you there? Yes. Round of recognition. These people have worked over and beyond the call of duty. When I call them, as at 3 a.m., I was still sending messages to Pastor, and he answers immediately. She does the same thing like, Doctor, you are part of the administration. You are part of it. Yes. I mean, I'm sure there was a time your wife was wondering, who is this man sending tests at 3 a.m.? Doesn't he sleep? Thank you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. So, thank you. Of course, I must thank my beautiful wife who have given me all the encouragement. When I was telling her, you now know the reason. I told us at the last time that, look, you now know the reason why my son was getting married in London. I could not attend. I had to attend. Why my daughter was having cesarean section, I wasn't here. And I was wondering what my father is a medical doctor. Why? What is he doing that? But she now knows the reason why. But thank God everything into the glory of God. In conclusion, all these feats are hinged on the vision of excellence, transparency, and reputation of all inclusiveness of the 6-dimensional Unilag agenda 2017 to 2022 set by the 12th Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor FAS. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in preparing for a career in business and related fields. And you wield an outstanding education in an excellent environment, ambience, second to none. You have found it. I welcome you to a school where business leaders are fashioned, incubated, modeled, and made. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much. At least I can hazard a guess why the Vice Chancellor chose an anatomist to head the business school. He saw a beautiful sales rep in the anatomist. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this morning I have the joy and pleasure to say that in our midst is the immediate past Vice Chancellor of our university, Professor Rahman Adebele. You're welcome, sir. It's a pleasure to have you, sir. Distinguished. Thank you very much. Now we would hear from our chief host, his welcome address. Please join me at this podium. Professor Oluwatoyin Temitayo Ogundipe, FAS, Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos.
Please, let's be seated, please. I want to return glory to the Almighty God. Well, many of us have been recognized. I want to thank Professor A 3 square, A to power 3. Oshinobi for the wonderful work. I want to thank my sister, his wife, for the support that she's been giving. I want to recognize my boss, the former Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Rahman Adisa Adekombi Bello. Professor Ogunye, our mentor, you are recognized. Let me especially thank Chief Oshuke for the support. Anytime they have the meeting, I'll just ask, was Professor Oshuke there? Once they say that he's there, I have peace. Like I said, we have all been recognized. But you will see an activity going on at Shufulwe Park. How many of you have seen the beautiful work going on there, especially the Shufulwe Park, especially at night? Those people are night crawlers. It's been sponsored by Alpha Morgan, and the CEO of Alpha Morgan is Pastor Adib Raimo, who is here. And I want to commit him. Why is this time? You know, I'll get the best people. You promise to do something again. No, that Faculty of Arts, a language lab. No problem. Thank you very much. Well, I am excited, and I want to say that I am excited, and I know that Professor Bello is fulfilled. Because when this issue of business school started, I was a member of management, and I know all that went on from behind, from the side, and the front. And one thing that I have is because I'm born in Lagos, I know how to take risk. And I take it boldly and support myself with evidences. I want to say that Professor Shinubi has done excellently well. Excellently well. We have Professor Adebamawa online too. It's in the US. It's online. I tell people, and I'm sure Professor Patutomi will support this. Heading business school does not mean you must be from the Faculty of Business Administration. It's just that you must be a leader. You must be a mentor. You must have vision. And you must be able to lead rightly. And like you rightly said, when my colleagues in the Faculty of Business Admin, with respect, now Management Sciences, said, the executive director must come from the faculty. I told them, I said, well, me, I did MBA in this same faculty. So I'm supposed to lead too. And I was able to convince them, and I want to thank every one of them in the Faculty of Management Sciences for the support they have given concerning the school. And I appreciate the present dean and the past dean for all that they have done to make sure that the school is standing. It's about being citadel of excellence. And I've said it that Lagos Business School took our place, going to take our rightful place. Because by the time we move to the building that CBN is constructing for us, that's the permanent site of the Unilag Business School, with the 3-star guest houses that we are going to have there. And with the location, because I know the school cannot move to Pangrove, they are closer to Ogun State. And their customers will come from mainland. And those who are living at Lekki want to know what is going on the mainland. So they will come to us. I want to appreciate the support of Professor Patutomi, not because his wife is with us, but for his love for University of Lagos. It's about being Saturday excellence, like I said before. That's University of Lagos. And that's why we pride ourselves as the university of first choice and the nation's pride. I'm excited because we have brought this program out of Akoka into a nice place like this to showcase this program. And through this platform, I'm sure that the program is well marketed. Despite the fact that we have strike, despite the fact that there are other things that will have made the program not to be run smoothly, with their virtual lectures, they are able to give, to interact with the participants and even do their exam online, and which I want to commend Professor Oshinubi and his team for bringing to fore and to making sure that the student graduates or the participant graduated at the right time of 2 years. With that, we have many people showing interest to come and do the MBA program. And that was the reason why Senate decided to approve even the online MBA program, which they have started, and the DBA program, which they have also started. Professor Shinubi is a man with a big vision. And anytime he's harassing me with a big vision, I just smile. I say, well, since I have the tutelage under my former boss, I have a giant vision. And you are just keen into the big vision that we have concerning the University of Lagos. So I want to say, welcome to every one of us. I want to appreciate the people that are going to give the talk. Lagos Unilag Business School definitely is the only business school in Nigeria that is connected to this international platform. And we are going to have the program in such a way that some of our students or participants can have this maybe 1 year in Nigeria and 1 year in the US or in UK, depending on the university we are going to collaborate with or we are discussing with in that space for now. Once again, I want to say congratulations to every one of us. I want to appreciate particularly my dear friend, my brother, Dr. Akintoye Akindele, who is somewhere now outside this country, and his wife. I'm happy that his wife is here, my dear sister, Mrs. Akindele. He did not finish from Unilag. He finished from Ife. And I want to appreciate him for the way he has shown interest concerning this business school. If you go to the, initially he said, where is the lecture room? They said they showed him one. No. I cannot give any. That was why he was able to get fund for us to turn around the HRDC building with over 200 million naira. Turn around that place. And it is such that when they're giving their lectures there now, you can receive lecture anywhere in the world because of the facility that he brought in. I also want to acknowledge that he has really supported me. If you look at the Natural History Museum, I remember the day I got to that place, I look at the place. I just say this place is dark. There is darkness here because it's only money that can turn this place around. And I know how to get him anyway. Grumble. So I told him, I said, Toye, Akintoye, you see this place? I took him to that place and I said, I just give you 1 month around this place for me. He said, for what? I want to turn it to Natural History Museum. He said, it is done. I don't know why you always like harassing me. I'm harassing him for another thing. I know he's online, just like the way I harass my pastor. I'm harassing him for another thing, which I'm sure he's going to do because I have 6 months, less 6 days left in office. I have requested for a mini refinery for Department of Petroleum and Gas Engineering, and he has promised to do it. So I want to really acknowledge him for the support that he has given to the University of Lagos. Once again, I thank you very much. I thank the participants. I thank our invited guests. I thank our lecturers. You don't call them lecturers. You call them what? Facilitators.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. We're still here, and it's the first ULBS 2022 International Conference. Now it's time to listen to the keynote speaker, the man that was brought from his own Lagos Business School to University of Lagos Business School. Oh, chairman, yes, sir. Well, the chairman would speak. I have the pleasure to call. Oh, sir. Sir, you want to come? Or you want to stay? Okay. I have the pleasure to call to the podium Professor Ikoyi. Thank you very much, sir, for all that you do for University of Lagos. God bless you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Wale, I'm very proud of you. I haven't seen what you have put up. Now, when you told me about 3-4 months ago, I wondered how you got into the Unilag Business School as the executive director. Yes, I wondered. Ayami, thank you for allowing him. Sir Vice Chancellor, I have to recognize you, no matter what the protocols have been. The initiator, Professor Aman Bello, the Vice Chancellor, the former Vice Chancellor. I have to recognize you. But I have to recognize you. At Unilag, we never compete. The only thing that we want to be the best. That is our motto in Unilag. The administrators who are here, Professor Ashiru, I recognize you immensely. On the table here, Dr. Alo, I recognize you. My young man there, I recognize you. Now, as a young man, I'm 80. So if I call him young man, boy, is that too much? Because I want you to be 80. Yes. Hey. The theme of the conference is adapting to business landscape in disruptive times. Holding today in this hotel, 18th of May, 2022. These are indeed highly disruptive times. The COVID-19 pandemic consequences have been multidimensional and multifaceted. There have been unparalleled disruption in every aspect of our lives. There have been changes of monumental proportions, physical, social, mental, and psychological dimensions. The political climate is charged and highly polarized. The philosophy behind the conference is to remove the gulf that have long existed between the academia and industry by providing the appropriate ambience for the generation and examination of new ideas. Hence, the theme is very significant to the school as it captures one of the objectives to addressing the fragment of the highly dynamic business environment. This conference attempts to look at the factors influencing the perceptions of business in Nigeria and what can be done to address it, with a view of leveraging the existing relationship between Nigeria and other countries, especially with the thriving business opportunities in Nigeria. As a world-class business school, there's need for ULBS to stand out and engage in holding world-class conference every year to enrich the knowledge discourse of its journal. I'm particularly impressed with the assemblage of speakers and the keynote speaker in particular, in person, Professor Patu Tomi, that have been invited. I have no doubt that they will do good justice to the subject matter. Let's engage in brilliant discourse as we solve the myriad of challenges confronting our nation and the world. I wish everybody a fruitful deliberation at the conference. Good morning.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Let me recognize the president of College of Medicine, Professor Walioke, in the house. Please give me a round of applause.
about this very important subject matter. But I think a little bit about my relationship and friendship with the University of Lagos, above and beyond the fact that my wife is on the faculty. When I was in grad school at Indiana, I was a descent of University of Lagos faculty around that time. Two of the lecturers from political science, who I became quite close to, Professor Sadele Jinodu and Remiani Fushi, had come on sabbatical there. C.S. Momo was finishing his PhD, was in grad school there, and Joe Moore from economics. And that's why if you look and see the relationships I have with economics and political science and all, they all started from Indiana. So when I actually arrived, they were struggling for whose department I would go to. That's how I ended up not being on the faculty of University of Lagos. Because while they were quarreling about which one I should go to, I escaped. So I have enjoyed this relationship, and I'm very, very proud of the work that is being done there. So the subject that I have been asked to speak to, or suggested as a theme, and from which I have taken this subject, I think is one that we should all be very excited about for a variety of reasons. Our country is challenged, as we all know. We know that in the last couple of years, there have been headlines raised around the underachievement of our country, understandably. In 2018, we had, of course, that unfortunate outcome of the study by the Brookings Institution that found that in spite of the fact that India has probably 7 times as many people as Nigeria, we had overtaken them in the number of the absolute poor in the world, which gave us this awkward sobriquet of being the poverty capital of the world. We also know that in that same year, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation actually published another report that suggests that between us and Congo DRC, in the next 10 years, we will produce 40% of the most miserable people on the planet, the poorest people in the world. But you know, I am one of those who believe that dry bones can rise and walk. I have many examples that I like to use to, sensitize people to the possibilities. When I started as a grad student, very troublesome one, back in the late 70s in the US, Latin America was my interest. And I was anxious looking at all the work that's been done in Latin America with modernization, economic development. Very hopeful. But things just kept looking quite bad. I have told many times. In 1979, at the conference in New York, at the time in international political economy, a dominant thesis, the thesis of a structural dependence, where third world countries, Latin American countries, were structurally dependent on the industrialized economies of the North, and how to break out of it and bring development. And a school of thought was generally known as dependency theory. Latin America, they call it dependistas. And so I ran into the father, the godfather of the dependistas, who was at that time the economic commissioner for Latin America. And after his remarks, I got up. I said to him, Professor Cardoso, I like the elegance of dependency. Any redemptive value in this thesis. And he very nicely parlayed the question. 30 years later, some of you may have been there, this same man had gone from being this renegade on exile, because he was on exile really at ECLA, away from his native Brazil, had returned home, served as foreign minister, served as finance minister, and become president of the country. And he came to give the Anyam Oshigwe lecture here at the NIIA. And I asked him if he remembered my encounter with him in 19. Public sector organization. What's Nigeria's biggest financial services organization? The first bank, UBA. And when I finished, I said, all of you. I said, one small company started by a group of young people less than 5 years ago, Flutterwave, has a bigger value than all these banks that you have mentioned. And this is really what is happening to our country. And if we can have the opportunity to truly break away. So, do I have anything, or somebody going to help me? So let's go to the next slide. Somebody's helping me. entrepreneurship and institution building. Part of the reason I tell the story about banks, look at how banks have evolved and the disruption that has brought us to the place where Flutterwave and the small fintechs that are getting started today will make banks, all these things, I say all these names, dinosaurs in a few short years. They'll just be dinosaurs. How did this journey start? First Bank likes to make the valuable point that they were the very first. 1891. And that's true. Started as BB, Bank for British West Africa, BBWA. And when they started, of course, naturally, driven by the shipping companies like Elder Dempster, agencies, and the Liverpool trading companies, they were it until the Africa Banking Consortium coming from South Africa came to give competition. But they all basically just supported foreign business interests. The Nigerian entrepreneurs were, left out of the produce buying business. So they all got very upset and began to try to start their own banks. In the 1920s, around 1922, there was a systemic collapse of those banks. So that field got cleared out. Then, again, same thing happened by the 1950s. We had a second wave of systemic collapse. Then we had in 59 the banking ordinance. What that ordinance did was technically prevent entrepreneurs from entering the banking space. And this is important for a conclusion I'm going to reach in a second. You could only be in banking if you were a government or foreign bank, literally in Nigeria. The oligopoly that emerged without competition was such that the most important element in banking was a rejection of intellect. You couldn't be employed by a bank. In fact, in Nigeria in those days, if you had grade 1 in school start, because they think you will go away. Banking is routine work. So you get G4 people. You remember what they call G4? Government class 4. There is somebody with a name, Ogundigbe, who was MD of Prime Mortgage, Prudent Bank. He used to say in my class in ULBS that he was the first graduate to be employed in Nigerian banking. So intellect was a problem for banking because it's supposed to be a routine job. You get your tally number. You went to take siesta. Then you come back. In those days when we were young managers in industry, we knew that there was a designated bank person who goes to the bank to cash everybody's check for the day. Because if you ask people to go bank, your business will close down. Everybody spent all that time in the bank. So Dr. Aloy is here. So the master himself is sitting. So you should remember everything, And what happened? The consequence for investment and growth in our economy was clear. We had a dirigist economic mode, and all of this led us into the structural adjustment program. Entry barriers had to be lowered to allow entrepreneurship now in banking. That lowering of entry barriers led to what we see today. When the guaranteed trust banks of this world started, they started hiring smart, well-educated people. They began to apply technology, and banking began to sprout to get. But now it's going to move to the next level. And the next level is going to be what these young kids are doing with fintech. I mean, if we didn't have problematic regulators like the central bank, it would have gone much further. The biggest risk of doing business in Nigeria is regulatory risk. So, I mean, I met one at the University of Chicago about 3 or 4 years ago. Nigerian graduate students. They had an app that will allow, look, you're in Nigeria. You want to send school fees to your daughter. Some people here want to send money to their grandfather. Technology, seconds, everybody, they don't need Central Bank of Nigeria. So these are the challenges that ideas, smarts will begin to solve. And this is the future that we are looking at. These disruptions will be big, and that will define the future. Let's just move on quickly. So in my work, trying to look at performance of countries, of companies, and all of this, I've had to try to develop a number of frameworks. Now, during the year that I spent at the Harvard Business School in 96, 97, I was writing this book, Managing Uncertainty, Competition and Strategy in Emerging Economies. So my framework there was essentially a micro framework looking at competition. But I figured that we needed to look at a macro framework for how companies compete in this kind of general environment. What makes for growth? And I then wrote a book years later that was titled Why Nations Are Poor. And this is the guiding framework of this. These interdependent variables are critical for any progress to take place. Policy choices. What are the kind of policy? Are you a dirigist state where control of everything is government? When I tell the stories, people sometimes think, young people, MBA students, think I must be from another planet. When I tell the stories of what we actually did. When I first went to work in industry, the reason I can't remember the license plate of any car I drive is I don't look at it, because I used to get a car every 2 weeks. Why did I get a brand new car every 2 weeks? It's not because of love, because we needed to generate used cars. Government policy, how many of you remember PPIB? Productivities, Prices and Incomes Board. The price control agency, they fixed your price. They could fix the price for a brand new thing that you're selling, but they can't fix the price for a used thing. Now, policies were so absurd that, okay, Santana, 3,000 naira. We bring a used Santana, auction it outside of our gates, and a man on his own bids 9,000 naira for what a brand new price is 3,000 naira. Because those kinds of dirigist policies were not, anyway, so policy choices you make can determine whether you make progress in the economy. Very critical. Economic historians have now helped everybody come to some terms that central to human progress is the role of institutions. If your institutions are weak, and I just give an example of regulatory challenges in Nigeria, one of the biggest problems to development in Nigeria is weak institutions. Even when you get the right policies and you make a little progress, a weak institution pushes back and you can't sustain progress. Of course, human capital is critical. Always I say, if government has only 2 things that it must do, it has to choose only 2 things: education, healthcare. If people are educated and they are well, they will produce. They will create. Everything else will fall into place. So, especially if government leaves them alone. Entrepreneurship, the whole business of creative destruction. The Schumpeterian ethic, as I like to call it. One of the remarks I make, I'm skipping it over because of time, comes from the work of 2 University of Chicago Graduate School of Business professors, one of who then went on from, is back there now, I think, to become chief economist at the IMF and then governor of the Reserve Bank of India, Raghuram Rajan. Rajan and Luigi Zingales wrote many years ago a book that's titled Saving Capitalism from the Capitalists. The biggest dangers to capitalist progress are today's successful capitalists. The business of business is to destroy today's successful ones by producing something superior to what they produced. Now, I hate to give my friend Aliko Dangote as an example all the time because I think I have something against him, but it's not personal. You see, man used to write with feather, then moved to some kind of pen, and then suddenly there was a typewriter. Bah, 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 boom, boom. Everywhere, muscle, all that. But it was huge progress. You made mistake, what did you do? Tipex. And then suddenly you have a laptop and the thing can go, it corrects itself. Some people thought it was bad. White man. This thing is correcting itself. Oh. That leap from that typewriter to that laptop. Do you know the tycoons that came out of the typewriter production business? The Remingtons, all those names. And they're the ones who are powerful enough to have lunch with the prime minister, with the governor, and all of that. They will tell them, there's something dangerous in that thing they're developing. In fact, the young man who's developing that thing will not even get access to a bank to be able to make that laptop come alive. So the business of breaking through that, which is really the main subject of the work that Rajan and Singales did in the book, Saving Capitalism from the Capitalists. So one of the countries in the world where it's easiest for that young man with that idea to have access to that finance is a place like the United States of America. Because there are funds to facilitate this. I mean, think of something like a vulture fund. A vulture fund is a fund for people who are looking for businesses that are dying to revive. You can go to a fund like that. And I wish I had time to have told one particular story of one of such. Maybe it's a nice story to tell. I mean, this kid comes out of Wharton and he's going around looking for a business. First of all, you can go to a search fund. The search fund will give you money with no particular idea, just because you are smart. Maybe you're an MBA out of Wharton or Kellogg or Harvard or something. And you can collect $100,000 just to go and look for a business. You don't need any collateral, because if you can get an MBA from that kind of place, you'll be stupid to go and collect $100,000 and blow. You ruin yourself, you know. So that trust gives you $100,000 access. Then you search for this thing, and then you find a business. This particular guy found a mom and pop operation that was making candles. Hey, candles? Who still uses candle for illumination in this world? So this business is dead, except when the hurricane comes through and you need the candle for a day or two. How are you making? Okay, a few churches may need them, and they don't have a lot of churches there. So what do we do with candles? Well, we inherited this business from our parents. So we're just managing it until we go. Guy has a great idea, goes and writes a business plan. Says he can buy that factory, but he will not be in the illumination business. He's going to go into the mood business. Now, meanwhile, there's a research fund which has a collection of doctors who make $300,000-$400,000 a year, and one can risk $5,000. And he says, oh, this is the business plan from this young man. Okay. Each of them puts up $25,000. Guy gets a couple of $1 million, pays the couple, and they are very happy. They move to Florida, buy a condo, and begin to sail the world to enjoy that. What I'm hoping I can do, but I'm too poor to do. Unfortunately, that's what I've grown old enough to be able to do. So he takes this factory. He then makes the same candle, but just looks nicer, smells nicer, just 1 or 2 cents additional, this thing. And he calls this not a candle, but a Valentine Day mood pack. Knowing fully well that as Valentine Day approaches, women lose all rationality. All they think of is that evening with their husband. So the candle that is 29 cents is now $9.99 because it's called a Valentine mood pack. And he has convinced supermarkets to put it at point of sale. They will get 50% markup. Yeah, 50%. Bring as many as. A $2-3 million company becomes a $1-something billion company within a couple of years. Those doctors that put up to $5,000 each have made millions of dollars from that investment. Now that's what entrepreneurship, creative destruction, that whole process is about. And so for us to have growth, we are going to have entrepreneurship deepened. And what holds everything together? Culture. Because values shape human progress. I tell you that our country is currently sprawling on the floor where it is because we have had a collapse of culture. If we have a work ethic in general culture that makes a young person know that it is from their creativity, their sense of enterprise that they become wealthy, not because some chance thing can happen. It changes the possibilities of production. Look, our country today is significantly challenged because we are still so focused on revenues rather than on production. And there are examples through history that show us that revenues have never made rich. What makes rich is production. And you look at Spain. If you go 200-300 years back, Spain had a fortune coming back as the conquistadores were shipping gold back to Spain. And the elite were living like Nigeria's elite is living today. It's just splurging. I mean, if you go to Abuja, I've never seen more SUVs, glittering limousines in a country that produces nothing. That's the way Spain was 200 and something years ago. But you know what? Their neighbors, Switzerland, of Holland, were investing in their youth to be able to produce better. A couple of generations later, they are much richer than Spain. Unfortunately, that's where we are today, acting like Spain. Whereas what we should be doing is investing in those young people to extract a demographic dividend from our youth bulge. Anyhow, culture matters. And by the way, there's a wonderful colloquium that took place at Harvard during the time I was hanging around there. That was based on a famous remark by a former Harvard professor who became a politician, Daniel Patrick Moynihan. Moynihan, who served in both Nixon and Johnson administrations, and then became senator from New York, was actually replaced in the Senate by Hillary Rodham Clinton. Known as the two truths. The two truths. And it goes like this. The central conservative truth, because the question was asked was, what's the difference between a Republican and a Democrat? The central conservative truth, which is what the Republican is his mantra, is that it is culture and not politics that is responsible for the progress of a society. But the central big question is, so what affects culture? How does culture manage to be structured to lead to progress? The most important thing that leaders do is set the tone of culture. And the biggest problem Nigeria has leadership failure. And so we don't have leaders that are setting the tone of culture that will lead to a productive environment that we can harness our endowments to become the promise that came to us in 1960. Okay, so this is essentially my guide for what leads to progress. We can have another, the next slide, please. So the very important point to make is that when we have strong institutions and leadership, we can drive towards a new creativity that will lead us produce our way out of our current challenges. I don't have the time, I can't go into it, but I would have loved to tell the story of China rising, what happened in Japan after the Meiji restoration, and stuff like that. But I'd like to give an example of before I left the US. You know, America had a wonderful president called Jimmy Carter, a nice man, but everything was going south economically. Japanese companies were overtaking US companies left, right, center, Komatsu, giving Caterpillar a run for his money, small companies like Canon suddenly upturning Xerox and all of that. Inflation was at 29%. And Jimmy Carter lost that election in 1980. I remember watching it in my room in Bloomington, following it. Reagan, possibly already going senile at that time, becomes president. But you know, the American spirit invokes it. And what happens? He sets up the Competitiveness Commission with people like Michael Porter and co. In those days, around March, April, as the academic year is coming to an end, seniors were working on their CVs to attend interviews. Jobs were becoming challenged. People were being laid off and all of that. And then I go back on sabbatical a few years later after the Reagan intervention. What do you have? March, April, they were not working on their CVs. They were working on their business plans. And many of them were hoping to become billionaires before their 26th birthday. They invented a whole new economy, dot-com revolution. And the youth of America had saved America. In their 20s and their 30s, the Bill Gates of this world rose on the ashes of a failing American economy and renewed America. Let's just go on. That is what I believe will happen here. The young of this country will renew this country. I was going to tell a story. I was going to then move to the infrastructure space and think of disruption and creativity. I tell people, after I switched off Latin America in the 70s, I switched to Southeast Asia. And so most of my later years I spent traveling frequently in Southeast Asia. The Philippines used to be called the sick man of Asia. And I remember arriving Manila in October. I think it was October 1989. Yeah. 1998. The Asian financial crisis was 1997. 1998, I was going to Japan, spent some time in Manila, and I was wondering what was happening. There was construction going on everywhere. You could go deaf on the streets of Manila because there was construction going on. I said, Philippines, where is all this money coming from? They were coming from other parts of Asia, private capital, putting up infrastructure, and all of that. And what will happen, actually, they had a president who was fired, literally, Estrada, the actor, while I was there during this period. But the point that it began to prove, because every time we talk about our problems, we talk about infrastructure, we can't find, don't have enough resources to invest in infrastructure, we need to open up the economy. Most infrastructure into this world is private financed infrastructure. And the Philippines and Cuba, without financing of their own, began to show the example of it. But my favorite place, of course, is Australia. Most of the public infrastructure in Australia was private. The railroads were built by the mining companies to open the place up and all of that. I remember one trip to Australia. I spent some time with the infrastructure minister in Canberra, talking about the Australian strategy. I went to Melbourne, where they had the G20 infrastructure hub. They talked about how they had come to try to talk to our infrastructure commission. People were not serious, paying any attention. There's no way the budget of Nigeria can finance any infrastructure that will get us anywhere. That is the truth of the matter. We don't have the resources to finance infrastructure as we need. But how privately? I think one of the most brilliant ways that, let's move on from here, that we then discover, and this is very interesting, the man who has used the word disruption the most, unfortunately, we lost him about 2 years ago, is a Harvard professor who essentially talks so much about disruption in innovation and all of that. His name is Clayton Christensen. Now, Clayton Christensen, incidentally, with one of his former Nigerian students and another, has written a lovely book titled The Prosperity Paradox. And part of the point that he makes, and he uses our own local example, even with the telco space, to show that what we need to do is create markets. If we create markets, the fact of markets will drive private infrastructure to support the growth of those organizations. If you see when the GSM business started in Nigeria, if you remember, everybody said, how many Nigerians will buy? Which of the world's big telecommunication companies participated in our GSM Oxford? None. Took some Zimbabwean guy, right? And then one small South African company called MTN, then it has become big from Nigeria. And they came in. How many of their feasibility studies suggested they could do 500,000 lines in the next 3 years? Within a few weeks, they had exceeded their entire feasibility. And they were now scrambling to find money everywhere, set up sales sites. They became diesel companies, just supplying diesel to generators on cell sites. But they fixed an infrastructure problem. And Nigeria got there. When big companies realized what happened, they started trying to come in, but it was too late. And that's what venturing is about. It's a horse race. You go out first, you shut the door behind you. And anyway, I can talk too much, so I better stop. The point about this is that the possibilities of our prosperity are before us, and the future is smart. We've got to apply technology in a way that energizes all production. And I say all production. Our focus must be on production and to use technology to essentially give boost to production. And our young people are ready and they are good. Let's just invest in them. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think we can do better for the keynote speaker. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. At this point, permit me to call on the ED to please come.
Please, I'd like to call on the boss of my boss, because I have so many bosses here now. Professor Ramon to present this to our speaker, Professor Tomisa.
You have talked now. On behalf of the University of Lagos Business School, I've been asked to make this special presentation to you because it says specially presented to Professor Patrick Okedinachi Utomi as keynote speaker at the ULBS Mid International Conference. We have added the tone to what the conference is all about and set the pace, and everybody is happy with your delivery. And so this was preempted, but they didn't know what you're going to say. But having heard you, I know I want to really be part of this and say that on their behalf, I'd like to present it to you.
Thank you very much, sir. We move quickly to the journal presentation. Permit me to call on the Managing Director, Lagos Management and Business Review, the man who is in charge of the journal of ULBS, Professor Abdul Hamid Sulaiman. Please give me a round of applause. He will give us a brief highlights from the journal.
Thank you very much. Two things have been learned by me today. At least two things, and I'm going to practicalize those two things here. And you all bear my witness, please. Daddy, the other time there was somebody, you said young man. Young man. I believe I'm a young boy. By that, I'm only 56, sir. And the keynote speaker spoke about the future being in the hands of the young. The other thing is about protocol. You know, when people want to learn things, look at hairstyles. People learn hairstyles when you watch footballs. Look at those football players. After every UEFA, whatever, you see new hairstyles and people will start. So one thing that has been established today now is rather than just stand on the system protocol, please work on the system protocol, sit on it, and the rest of it. So I have stand, sit, and work on the system protocol. Thank you. So the Lagos Business and Management, review came about not quite many years ago, but today a reality has come. We have it, live, with us here, and the energy put in getting it ready for today can only be imagined. The people behind it, whenever we're at meetings, you will see our boss, who has two bosses here too, sitting with us, at meetings. Professor Shunobi sitting with us at meetings. We walk through day and night to ensure that this, conference and what we are presenting today will also come, to place. The journal shall run on quarterly basis. It is the Lagos Business and Management Review, a peer-reviewed journal promoting academic research for evidence-based business solutions and policy decisions. It is a particularly broadly focused and accept original scholarly research contributions from any business-related field of research. We are open to, and indeed encourages a wide range of topical issues ranging from new frontier in methodology, theoretical approaches to sustainable problem areas with substantive problem areas within the domain of business and organizational management. It is devoted to the improvement and further development of theories of business, organizational and management, as well as being designed to appeal to academics, practicing managers, and policy workers. Those behind the scene in getting it ready. I earlier mentioned our boss, Professor Shunobi. We have the editor-in-chief of the journal, Professor Olufemi Saibu, who most times we want to run away. He's the chairman of the committee. In fact, the chairman of this LOC, who most time we want to say, I'm busy, I'm doing it. Professor Suleiman, act for me. Unfortunately, he didn't release the official car as the chairman of the. So we have him there, who has worked so hard to ensure we have something to present today. I'm the foreman. Me, I am the foreman. That's the manager. Foreman is about one man doing the work of I think you know that. So we have many associate editors. Dr. Ifere is one of them. Dr. Tolu Olufunlayo is one of them. Dr. Taiwo Ojo, Dr. Leke Medubi, Dr. Mary Akiyemi, Dr. Olufemi Aladejobi, Dr. Wura Ola Abiola, Dr. Wawatunde Adeoye, and Dr. Ehi Badejo. Of course, we have so many editorial consultants, cutting across, the globe, from France, from UK, USA, and indeed, University of Lagos. That is the Lagos Business and Management Review. This is to stop, hoping that the MC, my sister, will come up and continue, from where I'm stopping. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. After you have sat, stood, and stopped on the protocols. All right, I'll continue. To continue, I have the pleasure to call on the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Management Services, Professor Chuku, to please be upstanding and kindly move near the well-decorated table there, because that's where the journal is for the unveiling. Please be joined also by the ED. I will come with the microphone so that you can speak.
The Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Oluwatoyin Ogundipe, the Chairman of today's event, the Jagaban of Akoka at Unilag, the keynote speaker, the former VC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Having listened to the keynote speaker with such brilliant exposition, which she has done here today, I don't think we still have time to begin to pontificate again on any matter. So here, we are here for the business of unveiling the University of Lagos Business and Management Review. This is our own Harvard Business Review. I hope and believe that we will live up to those charges and challenges that the keynote speaker has proposed here today. Editor-in-Chief, this is not the journal to begin to propagate all the highfalutin ideas. This is the journal that will produce solutions, reviews, discussions on all these innovation, entrepreneurship, disruptive technologies in disruptive times, such as the ones we have now, to even find ways and means of analyzing all the presidential aspirants and presenting those that can focus as presidential candidates. We want to see the Ajagbejo and not a Lamborghini. We want to see the indigenous case studies. We want to see the analysis of what makes our computer village to thrive. What happens in Balogu market? What you call selling with and without. Those are the kind of things we want to see in this business review. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with the array of men and resources we have in the business school, supported by an able advisory body and board, don't you think we can make it? The future is here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Permit me to enjoy this singular privilege that I have to request the Jagaban of Akoka to come forward and lead the members of the table to come over here. For two reasons, sir. We've been sitting for the past 2.5 hours. Sir, I will request that the Vice Chancellor, the keynote speaker, Chief Oshunke, the former VC, the erudite anatomist, Mrs. Akindele, please come forward to join us. Let me enjoy this privilege today. So when you say that the elders and the kings, when they send a young man on an errand, he can go with a lot of confidence, knowing from where he's deriving his powers from. Okay. We call this tape to the glory of God, to the service of mankind, to the birth of a new Nigeria, to a University of Lagos Business School that is there to raise global leaders across board. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together and welcome the Lagos Business and Management Review, a publication of the University of Lagos Business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We can do better. Please let's give them another round of applause. Maybe we do not know. Today, history has been made. Let's give ourselves a round of applause for being part of history. Thank you very much. We are coming to the end of the opening ceremony. We will break out now and go for lunch, but before then, we will be kind enough to allow the ED to thank us, and thereafter, we will take pictures, table by table, with the people sitting on table 1. So we'll just do that quickly before we break out for lunch. ED, sir, it's your turn to thank us. Please give him a round of applause. He's done well.
Thank you, Toroke Samuel. Iyawo. You don't want me to. You don't want me to announce? Okay. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, my appreciation and vote of thanks, they are very simple. And in no particular order, but let me first of all thank God the Almighty for giving all of us the grace and the opportunity and the privilege to be here and to serve the University of Lagos as a whole. So, that said and done, I'd like to thank once again my immediate boss, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Int'l. And each time I say this, sir, I don't know whether you remember, sir, there was a time I was in your office. I said something that you did. I said, thank you. He said, don't thank me. I should be thanking you for doing my job. And I love that. Sir, I also remember at the time that something I've been waiting to tell you that also spurred us into action. I remember about a month you appointed me as the executive director. I had the privilege of having a DVC ride in my car. So, and then I said, okay, what about this thing? I said, you know, DVC said, I thought you have already doing that. So, you know, I was actually testing ground to say, is he going to be micromanaging me? So when I saw that he's not going to micromanage me, I went ballistic. And it's unfortunate that, well, Professor Babajide Alo is not here today, who has also given a lot of direction and advice for us. So, Vice Chancellor, I thank you so much. And the management team, I thank you so much for the wonderful opportunity that you are giving the University of Lagos Business School. And then the support is unsurpassed, unprecedented. I thank you so much. And like I always say, I call her Auntie Mokwe. Thank you so much. Wave your hand. I need to thank you because you are the DAP. It's your work. Because we report to you and then to the DVC, Academics and Research. So it's really your work. And then, of course, my other sister that is beside you, the Director of Quality Assurance. I thank you so much for giving us the quality. And, of course, other members of the management team, I also recognize the Director of Works. I recognize my DVC, my brother, who is also giving me all the encouragement as many times as possible. Professor Shukwel, the only LOC. Thank you, sir. And I must thank, I'm sure they are actually joining online. I must thank the DVC, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Development Services, Professor Hayo Asenwa. I'm also thank the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics and Research, you know, former Professor Familu, who was actually the working committee chair for the University of Lagos Business School. That was in 2018. Of course, I thank give honor to and glory to God and through the efforts of the current DVC, Academics and Research Professor Obo, who is unavoidably absent. I thank our advisory board members again. I thank you so much for your support, and of course, Professor Ayo Ogunye. Thank you so much, sir. You know, the man who, before I greet him, before I call him, I always have to go and learn one Ijebu or the other, because I know the next thing, Daddy, thank you so much, sir, for your support. Our advisory board, we can't thank you enough. Professor, I always call Professor like the media law. Where are you, Professor, sir? You profess. Dr. Alo, sir, thank you so much. Dr. Alo, by the way, will be here from morning till evening with us. Because if you check the program, it's already, he's the one chairing the plenary section. You know, with most of the, and Pastor Debrahim, you know you are also staying till the evening. Thank you, sir. I've learned from my boss how to handle things now. So thank you. Thank you. Our academic board, I thank academic board members once more. You are very wonderful, giving tremendous support. I cannot think of a better academic board than the academic board of the University of Lagos Business School. And then my provost, where is my provost again? My provost, sir. That's my constituency. Thank you, sir, for coming. I just told you with little short notice. You said, you know, you are supposed to be at a meeting today. I know, but you said you have given your word, and you know I won't leave you. Thank you for coming, sir. And then I think the college secretary is also somewhere around there. Thank you, sir, my neighbor. Professor Konlawa, I can't thank you enough. Stand up for recognition. So many people don't know you. He's a very, he's my boss, so he looks so young, but he's my boss. This is the man who gave me PhD in anatomy, who trained me. In fact, he's the man who introduced me to university. He introduced me to Professor Shuku, 2006. When I came into the board of School of Postgraduate Studies, to the glory of the Almighty God, I'm probably one of the longest serving members of the School of Postgraduate Studies board through the effort of my boss, through Professor Shuku. And eventually, Professor Shuku introduced me to the Vice Chancellor now. Then it was DBC then. So it has been a long journey. You know, thank you and God bless you. And another member of our advisory board, Professor Mojola, very quiet member of our advisory board. I'm looking at another member. Dr. Ikoyi. Dr. Ikoyi, you know why it's very significant? Because we actually started using our place, that is Atom Banifo. But you have not lost money, you know. She has been praying that we should come back. And to the glory of God, Dr. Ifere wouldn't allow me. He said, the only place we can use for our DBA program, ED, it must be Atom Banifo. I said, God, Atom Banifo, that's money for them again. Because Dr. Ifere won't allow me to rest. So we are back again to Atom Banifo, but this time once in a month. It's better than not going at all. So I thank you. Please, coordinators of all our programs, rise up for recognition. Coordinator, Professor Solomon Akiboye, my boss. Humility personified. When I became the ED, I called my mom, who has been the Dean of Deans of School of Postgraduate. So I said, Mom, can you come and help me in the University of Lagos Business School as the chair of a committee, which I should be there? He said, Abraham, with all pleasure, you have done so well with me when I was the Dean of Postgraduate School. May God bless you, sir. You know, humility. I wish we have more people like you in the University of Lagos Business. Coordinators, please sign up for recognition. Dr. If I can't get coordinators. Your program is about starting, so stand up. Your program is about starting. Yes. Deputy coordinator, you should rise up for recognition. Dr. Rahim. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much. God bless you. I must also thank our I want to call them my tenant. No, I'm the tenant in their place. Our alumni, landlord, our landlord. Please rise up for recognition. They must be somewhere here. Yeah, the alumni. Thank you so much. Is Otuba here? Okay, good. Thank you. I'm sure the president of our alumni will come. Vice President, okay. Mr. Bala, thank you, sir. Thank you. God bless you. And of course, our sponsors, we cannot thank you enough. They've contributed immensely to the success of not just this program, of the University of Lagos Business School. When we started, we were paying to Atom Banifo how much in a semester. So I should not, Auntie, I should. But thank God, Dr. Akito said, ED, you can't be paying this much. So I thank God we are not paying that much again. So thank you, our sponsors, including Dr. Akinto, and other sponsors, Pinnacle, New Cross, and so many of them. Access Bank is Dr. Dera, which you cannot yet announce. Thank you. I'm sure she's coming for the afternoon session. So the editorial board of our journal, thank you as well. The conference organizing committee, please rise up for recognition, all of you. Every member of the conference organizing committee, everybody, yes, everybody. These are men and women of different backgrounds, people who are coming also from the industry. One thing that has been the pivot, the fulcrum of the success of the University of Lagos Business School is the things that we have set up for ourselves. We have people from various backgrounds. I mean, Dr. Abiola is unavoidably absent. She's outside the country, otherwise she would have been here today. I mean, she's on, okay. Dr. Ojo is from the private sector. Dr. Alade Jebi is also from the private sector. So we have very few internal people working with us. So thank you. Dr. Mary Akinyemi, when I found you for the University of Lagos Business School, immediately the University of Lagos found you as well. So we found you. Thank you and God bless you. Doctor, my colleague in anatomy department, all of you have done very well. Thank you and God bless you. And our participants once more at DBA, and thank you so much. I can't thank you enough. Because the school is yours. Without you, we don't have any school to call out. Rise up for recognition at DBA, MBA. Yes, rise up for recognition. The next conference, you should be the one taking care of it. The next ED, I will tell him that in the handover note, the participants will take care of it. You are clap for yourself for doing that. So, and of course, my admin staff once more, I thank you now. Like I've said, we have given a template for the University of Lagos where admin and the academic staff can work seamlessly, effortlessly, and making sure that we move our University of Lagos forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, everybody. The press, I know you are here, channels, TBC, you are all here, and all the Unilag, Unilag, Covenant Child. Thank you. Unilag. Please clap, round of applause for Unilag TV. Thank you all, and God bless you all. Of course, my beautiful wife, I thank you. My beautiful wife, Mrs. Oshino, thank you. Thank you, and God bless you. And the afternoon speakers that are here, raise up your hand for recognition once more. Dr. Akata, I've just seen you. Do you know this mask? Dr. Akata, please rise up for recognition. He's also one of our very senior colleagues in the private sector, who is also one of our classmates. Thank you, sir. God bless you. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you. When I saw Runke, I knew my time was up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you still did not thank this Runke, so I don't know this Runke that you are thanking. It's now time for the pictures. I would please ask the indulgence of the people sitting on the A table to please come to this side so that we can take a good picture. Then this table will join them. And when they're done, they would leave the next table. And that's how we'll do it table by table so that we can stay all in here and take our pictures. Thank you very much. All right, since there's a bigger banner outside, please let me ask this table to join them. So the space outside is bigger and it's better. Followed by the next table, the next table, the next table in that order. Thank you very much. Kindly mind your things.
everybody must write something.
Please let's begin to settle down. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please let's settle down for the plenary session. Kindly let's begin to settle down for the plenary session. We will change our schedule slightly. We will start the plenary session. We'll take one of the topics and then we'll go for lunch. All of us will go for lunch and all of us will come back to do the next 4 sessions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's settle down. Let's settle down. Please, let's settle down. Let's take our seats. Kindly, let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Thank you. Let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Let's take our seats. chair this plenary session, Dr. Oladimeji Alo. Please, where are you, sir? Because I want you to sit on this side of the hall. Dr. Oladimeji Alo. Thank you, sir. Dr. Oladimeji Alo, we are waiting for you, sir. Dr. Oladimeji Alo, we are waiting for you, sir. Kindly take a seat there because you're chairing the plenary sessions. Thank you very much, music. Thank you. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to the plenary session. And the first speaker of this session. Thank you very much, Dr. Efere. Thank you. Please let's sit down, let's settle down, and let's be a bit quiet so that we can start. Already, the speakers are with us, but we'll take one of the speakers before we finally break out to go out for lunch. I am glad to say that this afternoon with us is one woman that quite a lot of us that admired from afar, like I told her just now, because of the passion with which we see them do things. I'm glad to say that in the house this afternoon, we have Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika. Please, a round of applause for her. She's the chairman, the Chair Center Group, and she'll be taking a session now. But before she starts, let me say that chairing the session is Dr. Oladimeji Alo. Please give him a round of applause. And we will allow the chair to say a thing or two before the speaker comes up to speak. Sir, I want to yield the podium to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to welcome you to the first plenary session of this international conference. I'd like to say that I'm used to this kind of conferences going straight to the business of the day and less of protocol, because we need more time for the interaction with the speakers, and we need more time to be able to digest what the speakers have to tell us. But listening to Professor Tommy and reflecting on the topic of the conference itself, I saw a number of concepts that I'm sure we're going to be elaborating upon going forward. One thing I would like to commend Professor Shunubi and his team for is the caliber of the panelists and the speakers you assembled. I know that for this session, if you had only Mrs. Awoshika, you will have covered all the grounds. And then, so imagine that you then had like 5. To me, we need all the time in the world to really enjoy and take in a lot that are going to tell us. So the concept I saw first is the concept of adaptation. We're talking about adapting to the business landscape. So issues around resilience, issues around change management would come up when we talk about adaptation. Then the business landscape. In Nigeria business landscape, you can write a book if that is the only thing you are discussing. But I'm sure our speakers will take us through their understanding of the kind of landscape we have today. And then you talk about disruptive times. Disruption for us has come in different ways. The beneficial ones are the ones like Flutterwave, like MTN is doing, some other companies are doing. They're breaking the frontiers of what we have. But in Nigeria, quite a good number of the disruptions we have had the negative ones, like the ones happening in Sokoto recently, and what that portends for the unity and the peace of the country. Other concepts that I'm sure we'll talk about is around entrepreneurship. That's an area in which Mrs. Awoshika is renowned, both in terms of her own practical experience and the insight she gained over the years as a banker or chairman of boards of banks. Also, the concept of institution building, of high growth, of prosperity paradox and harvesting. I hope one of our speakers will talk about a pet point that I have, and that's around the government entrepreneur paradox. I always argue that in Nigeria, it will appear as if government is fighting against entrepreneurs. I guess maybe during the discussion, I have time to push that discussion. But I'm just a chairman, and the role of chairman is simply to moderate and ensure that each speaker stay within the time we give them, and that we have a free flow of discussion from the audience. So on that note, I'd like to welcome you to this plenary session. And for those of us who are participants on ULBS program, please take copious notes and write down your comments and questions, because I believe that the essence of a conference is that you are able to intervene, ask your questions, make your contribution, not just listen to what the speakers have to say. So I hope we can structure it in a way that that will be allowed. So on that note, let me kindly call the first speaker, who I understand has an international engagement today. She's here because of her respect and her love for ULBS. Kindly help me welcome Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I last behind this podium. So all these microphones, I apologize in advance, but I will try. I'm a very restless person. So staying in one place is like imprisonment. And I don't know why Unilag was not more ambitious, but when I walked into the room, I thought, you know what? Full disclosure, I'm an Ife alum, so we can't even begin to discuss the two schools, but let's not go there. But I'm a proud great Ifeite. There are many of them inside, good. But what I really mean is, if you are the premier university in the business center of a great country like Nigeria, you have to be a lot more ambitious when it comes to business matters. So if you are the business school of that city from this premier university, you have to be a lot more courageous and bolder about what you do. So you cannot have a conference like this, even though it's your first, which is tone setting agenda. Sorry, I'm speaking as a business person. See, this is your proof of concept of the conference. And therefore, you do yourself a disservice for the scale, size, and the institution that you have to downplay it like you did. Because really what you want to do is to own the conversation. Because there's a major gap between the cerebral space, which the university owns, and the real sector, which the entrepreneurs and the businesses own. And it's only in a city like Lagos that is easy for you, being in that city, to bring the two together and be an effective bridge. And so I'm challenging you because I would not be fair to you if I walk away, think it, but don't say it. If you envision having this conference, then have it. Which means, and you have the speakers, you've put together a great league of speakers, then let more than enough people come and sit down and listen to what you say, and mobilize your own people as well to show up, because you want to influence the mindset of the business landscape, but you also want to influence your lecturers, because if you're teaching business in school, what you teach is not necessarily the same as what the real world is saying. And that conference will equip, inform, empower, and bridge the gap and make Unilag Business School one of the topmost business schools you can have in this country, because you need to fill the gap between the thinking side of the policies and the theories and the practical side. And you're meant to be a bridge. Thank you. Don't shoot me, but I had to say the truth, just so that when you have the second one, this is your restroom for your speakers. Then you have a real conference hall for what you have. And you have the capacity to do it. So nothing missing. Now, I know that the theme is adapting to business landscapes in disruptive times. And I gave Professor Oshinubi stress by never responding to his request for what topic am I talking about, or paper. Universities like paper, but I'm a real world person and I'm not a lecturer. So I don't write paper. I think what I want to think and I say what I think based on my knowledge. I leave you to go and transcribe whatever it is that I say, and then you can have your paper. But I never write it down. So when I finish, because I want the liberty to think and to change my mind about. So I did only last night decide exactly on what would be my focus in terms of looking at the theme of the conference. And I've seen all the topics by the other speakers, and it's easier, even better, because I get to put something I'm passionate about, but it fills the gap. So I've chosen a topic around human cost of disruptive times, because every topic was about business, was about physical, material things. But at the heart of any business or any economy of any nation are the people. And at the end of the day, it's about how the people themselves respond to the disruption that is caused. That is what will impact all the innovation, the entrepreneurship, and all of that. And the manpower drive, how do you reset the minds of your people and the social issues that disruption can bring? Because when we talk disruption, you're talking about different things. I mean, part of it is like what Dr. Alo talked about, government as a disruptor of business in itself. And I still had a conversation yesterday morning with my CEO for the Chess Center Group. And sometimes as an entrepreneur of 34 years, you can understand that there are days you can't be really frustrated with being a Nigerian entrepreneur. It's really, I remember once I was, when I was in business school in 2003, one of my business associates, I was in business school in Spain, and one of my Spanish business associates came to see me. And just around then, the government of Nigeria had just made an announcement that literally was going to change so much for our business. By then, I'd been in business for about 15 years. And overnight, there was going to be an unplanned, unnegotiated, undiscussed change to investment of your life from your mid-20s in a sector. And the guy came and said to me, please tell me, Mr. Aweshika, how can your government just wake up and make this announcement? And how come you were able to just respond and start thinking of how to reorganize your business in line with that? I had a good laugh. So I said to him, I said, Ito, I'm a Nigerian. I go to sleep expecting surprises. So when I wake up in the morning and there's a surprise, I'm not busy. All I know is that I must survive the situation. So I immediately kick into a thinking mode of how do I navigate this? Because there are always options 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you going to shut down and give up on the business? That's really never the option, because you know that you didn't jump into this. Even if you did, it's become a part of your life. So you don't run out overnight. But it has consequences. The mindset of the entrepreneur, the discouragement, the emotional stability of the entrepreneur, the impact on their thinking and how. Okay, on my way here, someone called me and said, $600. Yeah, but when I had a conversation last night with my husband. He's in the oil and gas sector, so they're dollarized business. And he was saying to me, oh, dollar is about 5.97 yesterday. And then this morning, no, he first said, oh, someone said to him, he's going to get to this ridiculous rate. And I said, it's not going to happen in Jesus' name. You know, that's in Nigeria. You know, we find our safe spaces to deal with the issues that we don't have control over, but have impact and control over our situation. And I was saying that with all honesty when I answered my husband. And I said to him, I said, do you know the real problem of what you're talking about? That for you, a dollar business, that can be an advantage. But for people in real sector, it's a challenge. And it's a challenge that you almost feel like you don't know what you're doing, not because you don't know what you're doing, but because factors outside of your control are taking away your wisdom, your ability to, you know, it's not that you can't innovate, it's that the circumstance does not even permit you to innovate a solution because it is outside of your control. I'll give you an example. My team were reporting a situation to me of recent, and we have certain material, one of our factories, all the materials come, 50% of the material comes from Europe. We have a joint venture partner. So we have stuff that has to come in from Europe. And we've done a lot of replacement here in order to create a good mix to help us with cost management and everything. And all of a sudden, now, you're a legal institution working with an international multinational. Your goods are shipped to you. You were meant to be able to open your Form M. You're meant to be able to bid for the money and order your goods and let them come. However, the system right now makes that almost impossible. Why? To achieve the total sum of the particular letter of credit, you're trying to bid for 14, 16 weeks and getting piecemeals of allocations, trying to pull towards a sum for one LC. This is a shipment that you probably need to receive every month or every 6 to 8 weeks, which means that you can't achieve one shipment in 4 to 5 months of bidding. Now, what does that tell you? For a Nigerian entrepreneur trying to survive, you're going to put yourself back in the mode of, what is my option? What is your option? It's buying alternative market. So if you're buying alternative market, then you have a cost increase of almost 50% between your official rate of 400 and something and 500, let's say 600 today. It's literally 50% of your cost in terms of foreign exchange to source legally acceptable raw materials for a manufacturing facility that employs and is adding value. Now, if that's where your only problem, that would be great. But even as you do that, you source and you order, which means you're going to use a Form M that is not valid for foreign exchange because the money isn't available and therefore you have used alternate funds. Now, when your shipment then arrives, and I'm telling you a real life case, when your shipment then arrives with your Form M that is not valid for foreign exchange because you were forced to make that an option, and you have projects running that are timed, where you have charges for every week of delay. On most major projects, that's how the contract is structured. By the time the goods arrive, and between the bank and customs, you get your document of how much you're charged. Because your document is not valid for foreign exchange, you see a duty charge that doesn't make sense to you because you know the rate of duty that should apply to your goods. And then you go to customs to go and make a case that why? I mean, we've priced based on what we know, following the rules and the code. And then they come back and say, as a matter of fact, we're going to issue you an additional charge. Why? They have a target they have been given by the government as the target to make within the period. And in order to achieve that, the way they are able to do it is they assume, and this is why I'm talking about, see, when you talk about different kinds of disruptions that can happen in the market, you have to think about the people behind it, the human factor of those, the operator, the human factor of the businesses, the human factor of the labor, and of the impact on the market. Because at the end of the day, those factors must work together for us to actually add value to our economy. But when they fall apart, some people might smile, but ultimately we make the choice, which speaks to what you want to talk about, that the government angle of it, without intending to. Because a lot of the decision makers in some of those sectors within government have no understanding of how business works. And therefore, from an uninformed position, people are empowered to make policy decisions that impact the real sector. And then decide that just because you are, your Form M is not valid for foreign exchange, that you must have under-invoiced. That is the assumption. Based on such an assumption, a deliberate economic decision is made by an agency to charge you twice because they believe that you must have under-invoiced and you are not paying the correct duty simply because your Form M is not valid for foreign exchange. And therefore, they can mess around with you and charge you extra. And then you lose 6 weeks trying to prove we've been doing this for what? This factory has been operating for 17, 18 years. You can check the records. The price of the items you can track. At the worst, call the company where it's shipped from. It's a multinational company. They cannot forge. It's not from some countries. It's a European multinational. Check. You go back and forth. You then end up paying so much more. If you're supposed to pay duty on a shipment that's 4.5 million, and you end up paying 18-point-something million, then you ask yourself, how do you make the numbers work? Now, it is important for us to understand the impact is at different levels. It's in the ability for the entrepreneurs to continue to create, innovate, be inspired to invest and to create value. Or sometimes to just say, you know what? I'm better off selling off my assets and just getting out of this. We can't even afford that because no country can grow without an active entrepreneurial class. You cannot grow as an economy if you do not have people creatively trying to make the problems of the nation, turn them into economic solutions. Solutions that people are willing to pay for which they can make money for the economy in a cycling system. We can't afford it. However, people go into entrepreneurship first out of interest, 2, to solve problems, but ultimately to get value. And no business is sustainable when you run the business without profit to inspire. Because at the end of the day, the entrepreneurs are driven to make further investment, to experiment creatively, because every business plan you have is a bundle of assumptions. It's a theory of ideas trying to solve some problems you've identified. What you're trying to do is to prove that it's possible to solve that problem in a certain way and make people pay for it. There's always risk attached to it. And that risk is what the entrepreneur commits to carry. Because when they put their investment, their time and their intellect to work, they are saying, I'm willing to take the risk to prove this to be true. And if they prove it to be true sustainably, they get rewarded by the profit. But where the system disrupts itself, so disruption can be positive or negative. Because every time you have disruption, there are many things that are put at risk. Some things die because of change. But even those systems, products can die, entrepreneurs can respond by taking the opportunities they see within the changes to create new solutions. But they must see a reason for doing it. And reward in terms of profit is part of what drives it. Now, at the end of the day, if we create an environment that does not inspire, that does not encourage, that does not empower, and does not help to make people wake up in the morning wanting to take on the challenge and carry the risk of the situation, we create a problem across board. Why? Think about Nigeria. Think about our population dynamics. Think about the age bracket between 20 and 45. Think about the percentage of our population that is within that segment. Think about how many graduates we're bringing out of universities every year or other tertiary types of institution. Now think about the unemployment issue. How do you solve it? Government is not, should never be the biggest employer of labor in any country. Least of all in Nigeria. It's why you would walk into a ministry and there are more people hanging around who are employees of the ministry than people doing something. There are people with all sorts of random roles. And therefore, government isn't efficient because every time they're faced with unemployment, we try to absorb more people into the system. What we actually do is we lock those people up from being productive. Because when you employ people that you do not create an environment for them to apply themselves, you disable them rather than create an environment where they are part of creating solutions that are economically viable for the economy. The only people who really can create jobs are entrepreneurs. Any nation that is serious about creating jobs will create an entire system to generate more entrepreneurs than any class of people. Why? Because it's in the building of the businesses from the one that employs 1 to the one that employs 5 to the one that employs 10 to the one that employs 50. It is the one that employs 1, 3, 5, 10 that can grow to the one that employs 50, 100, and so. It's a value chain. And every time we allow negative disruption, we destroy the chain. And in destroying that chain, we actually destroy the pipeline of being able to absorb our human capital into constructive engagement. And every time that we do that, we create a social situation. And right now, we do have a lot of social situations to attend. Agitation left, right, and center. If you have a lot of unemployed, able-bodied, right mind, they have to find something to engage their mind to. It's easy to tease and apply little benefit and make people do the wrong things if they are not constructively engaged. There's a human cost to negative disruption. There's a need for us to understand that disruption is change, but change can be good. So even when by innovation and new creation, certain businesses need to die off, usually the same businesses can reinvent themselves in a different way. Or the best entrepreneurs you will find in a sector are entrepreneurs who have worked in a certain industry and have seen the limitations and the challenges of that industry from within a particular company. And every problem you've ever seen that they have wanted to solve is what they in turn are likely to go and create a solution to if we have a structure and a system that facilitates their ability to solve that problem. I'll give you an example. So I had a friend who went to university together, and she studied chemical engineering. And when she finished, she came out and started working in one of the major oil companies for a long while. And then the telcos came. And when the telcos came, one of the telcos was trying to solve this problem of the supply of diesel to all their base stations that they were setting up across the country. Don't forget, we never had that as a problem because we didn't have, all we had was the dialing phone. And that one didn't require all of these towers that they were having. So the distribution of diesel mass, the distribution of diesel across every small area for generators to keep those mass working so that our phones can work was not a problem that existed. A policy of government, which was the right policy, created a new opportunity in the market. And therefore, the right thinking individuals would have to think of how do we create solutions that increase the value chain of opportunity within a sector. All the government wanted to do was to facilitate better communication within the country. So they went to the company where she worked. Her team was responsible for interacting with them in many ways. And they were looking for ways to be able to distribute product to all the base stations that they were setting up around, or mass, wherever, the generators that will run them. And she said they'd had many, many meetings trying to find this solution. But one day she called them and said, you know what? The problem you have can never be solved by this company as it's structured. And this is the truth. Some institutions in their current situation are not able to turn around quickly enough to respond to situations. That's how new entrepreneurs emerge. Because you have to be thinking around the new, a lot of new generation businesses are emerging in Nigeria right now. Because some of the situations we're dealing with, none of the older generation of entrepreneurs are related to it in a way that the younger guys are. Because it's part of how they and their friends live. It's part of how they think. It's part of their generation of issues. You like to go to the shop. They like to order everything online. And so because they like to order everything online, there's a problem of who will deliver. If you check all the companies that are emerging as the logistics companies, they're controlled by young people. Why? Because some of them worked in some of those companies where you could click and buy. And they saw that even though many people wanted to click and buy, we had problems delivering to people. There wasn't a system that existed in the country to solve the problem. At the end of the day, some of them started pulling out of those companies to go and set up businesses to solve the problems that they have seen. This is how you create a value chain of entrepreneurship in any system. It is about people having the capacity, seeing the opportunities, but having the opportunity and a system and an environment that facilitates their ability to take that opportunity and turn it into a viable economic system that creates jobs, that puts money in the economy within the system, employs people, so they pay rent, so they buy food, so they get cleaners, so they get this. And before you know it, there's a whole dynamism across a particular sector. The intent of government or any enabler is usually, most times, singularly focused. But the impact is multidimensional. But the people who actually make it happen are the entrepreneurs. And it's about a society that creates an enabling environment and government that has an understanding to facilitate and to put policies to keep driving the improvement and the enablement of those sectors. Anyway, so this friend of mine called those guys and said, what you want cannot happen because this company has no system or structure to deliver what you want. But you know what? I can solve this problem for you. And she tried to make her company see it. It takes longer for companies to turn around. This is why disruption always puts certain organizations at risk. It's about the mindset of the people who drive it. Because don't forget, when a company has become institutionalized, the guys who run it are managers, they're operators, they're not entrepreneurs. And some of them are not even entrepreneurs. They know how to manage what you have given to them, but they don't know how to create it in a new way. So they're two different kinds of animals you're looking for. And the system will itself birth them or lose them. At the end of the day, she said to these people, I think I can solve your problem. And she went back and designed a way to be able to meet their need. Eventually, that emerged to be a super successful multi-billion naira business that she's built over time. And it started from observing and seeing that there's a problem here, there's a possible solution, but the system and the structure of this institution does not have the capacity to handle it. What does that tell us? Preparing the minds that think right, creating an environment that enables, empowering people not to be afraid to take opportunities, structuring and creating knowledge and understanding of entrepreneurship. A lot of Nigerians are accidental entrepreneurs. They are not empowered and knowledgeable entrepreneurs. And therefore, we do it the hard way. It takes longer because most people do not have what you call the foundational knowledge that allows them to understand the process involved in trying to do. And our organizations, even including banks, haven't set up systems of enabling as well, because except you fully comprehend and understand what the process of being an entrepreneur and executing is, you cannot create a system of support for that. So except the ministers in certain key positions are themselves people who have lived and understand the issues at stake, there will always be blind spots. Not intentional, but just lack of knowledge, just lack of understanding, just matters that are left untouched and problems that can be solved that are left unhandled. And at the end of the day, a nation wastes its opportunities because for every industry that we instigate, if we do not set a system to take all the value from it, we lose the inherent value that came with that particular industry. And the people are the ones that are sacrificed. Those opportunities that some people should have been taking, should have been able to take, those entrepreneurs that should have emerged, and those communities that should have benefited from it. Development of the right labor, skills transferred. What we need is like this round table, a holistic view of the situation, not disjointed views, which is generally what we have. We need a holistic approach to the matters. We must know what the end goal is with clarity, and we must build systems that support it across every level. But you need informed, empowered, and equipped people to make it happen. And building more knowledgeable entrepreneurs across the country is key. Every graduate of a Nigerian school, tertiary or otherwise, should be trained fully in what it means to be an entrepreneur, because you don't need a university degree to be successful as an entrepreneur. That is the truth. And there is no field that is excluded from entrepreneurship. That is the truth. A doctor who sets up an hospital thinks he's a doctor. He's a fake doctor. He's actually an entrepreneur. When he's consulting with a patient, he's a doctor. When he's discussing the affairs of the hospital, he's an entrepreneur. And one of the areas where people fail the most is actually private hospitals tend to fail a lot. Not because the doctors are not good, but they were never trained to manage a business. So the best hospitals in the world have business managers, the administrators of the business, separate from the doctors. They're two different fields. But this is across every field. I'm a farmer, okay, but are you an entrepreneur? Have we prepared you to be able to manage the affairs of the farm business successfully? I'm a pharmacist. Setting up a pharmacy shop doesn't make you an entrepreneur. Knowing about the medicine, good for you, but running the business successfully requires a different type of knowledge. And until we actually deliberately pay more attention to building the human capital, we will lose every wave of disruption without taking the value that is inherent in it, which we need. We can't even afford not to. Because what then happens is a lot of foreign entities and individuals come in and take it because they know it. And when we're signing agreements, we don't consider those things because we don't even understand their value that we're giving, that we need to keep. We give contracts for billions and billions, and we don't tie in knowledge transfer to our own people and a minimum cap on foreign employees that can work in those organizations as opposed to our own people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me call the chairman again.
Thank you very much, madam. You know, I signaled to you, I knew that if you had more time, we would get far more from you. Because your session was structured for us to listen to you before you travel, we had to cut short our lunch to listen to you. Because of that, I would allow for question and comment on the floor. The way we are structured is that each speaker will speak for like 69 minutes. Am I correct? We have 3 hours. All the 5 speakers will speak for 2 hours, which gives us 24 minutes per person. And then question and answer, 10 minutes per person, 1 hour for all question and answer. So because she has to go, we have 10 minutes to ask our questions or to make comments. And then we'll have our lunch and come back for the session proper. Ordinarily, all the speakers will have finished their presentation before we have the interaction, but we cannot keep her waiting till everybody had spoken. So if you have a comment or question, but the rule is don't deliver another lecture. Otherwise, I will rule you out of order. So please just mention your name and just go straight to it. Don't go tell us the story about Professor this, Professor that. Just mention your name.
Thank you very much. My name is Kunle Adeyemidoro, and thank you for your speech, ma'am. You spoke about entrepreneurship, which fundamentally is private sector driven. And Professor Itomi spoke about infrastructure development via private sector. How does the private sector, can I say, mobilize itself to be more effective and improve government's response? Because my perspective is that the private sector will be the solution to, I'm a healthcare professional. Private sector, in my view, is the future of healthcare. If we don't get private sector going, we don't have anything going. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Any other one? Okay, 2, 3, 4, that's it. 2, 3, 4.
Thank you very much, ma. I'm Kele Gray. If I can tap it from everything you were saying, the major problem is environmental limitation and environmental influence on thinking and destruction. We have a box, and people keep saying about thinking outside the box. And I keep saying, who created the box? Is there a boss anywhere? And what should an entrepreneur do? Should he think outside the box or think without the boss? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So I'll start with Mr. Box. And I don't know a box. I just know a country. And what I would encourage people always to do is, what do you want out of the system? What is your own goal? What do you want to achieve? What is standing in your way? How do you work with it or work around it? Because you see, the box will be different for different people. So when we get used to all these catchy words, and sometimes it actually limits people because they do not have the capacity to think outside of it. So it's how we build the minds of people to think constructively about deconstructing things and creating solutions. And I think, to be honest, there's a lot of value from our madness. That is the truth, because it makes the average Nigerian entrepreneur super creative about finding alternate solutions to problems, because it's the only way we survive. It's about finding, how do I go around this? But see, there's a catch to it as well. How do you go around it? Subject to what values? Because you then need to determine what is important to you. What is your value system? Where are the lines you will not cross? What are the things that you must fight to maintain? And how do you do it? And the other part is, half the time, one of the things I learned in my journey is that most Nigerian entrepreneurs don't have information about things they have rights to, even in Nigeria. Half of the laws or regulations or policies that have been made are outside of view. So you need to make an effort to understand and to know what is first available to you by law and policy, because you can't fight a battle without information. And many times, and I can give you a simple example. In 2004 or so, when I was going to set up our Stockholm Chair Center, I've been in business for about 16, 17 years or so. But I didn't know that there was anything called bona fide manufacturer status. As a Nigerian entrepreneur who was in manufacturing, but all the Indians and the Lebanese factories, it's not just that they knew, it's that they were fully taking advantage of it. Because there's some policies that are made that are not generally made public. They're there. So that way, if you make them very public, you can't arbitrage on it. But if you don't, people can trade on it. So the people who are willing to benefit from it, set it up. So when there was a challenge and I wanted to solve the problem, but I made up my mind based on my personal values, I was going to solve it within the law and not outside of the law. So in my pursuit to find a solution is how I got to the office of the Minister of State for Finance then. And then she asked me, do you have bona fide manufacturer status? I said, what's that? I'm a bona fide manufacturer, but I didn't have what they called the status. You're a registered Nigerian business, running business, manufacturing, paying bills, but there's somebody that needs to give me a status. And that empowered me to get lower duty on certain components from my manufacturing. I didn't know that. Mike, sorry. I told you guys I'm restless. So when she asked me and I said, I don't know what that is, she said, okay. She called somebody from the fiscal policy department and said, you know how you guys write those letters? See, I didn't even know. See, when you're looking for a box, you just get yourself in trouble. They have ways they write their letter. So she said, go and write the letter for her. So they did. And the application had to go to customs. And even though at customs, they had told me that certain things were not permitted, but it was impossible for us to run our production without those items. And when I went further, I am not ready to become a smuggler. You are going to have to solve this problem, because this is what you've said as government. This is the solution we have provided. But between these two, you have a conflict. Because I need this raw material. Without it, I cannot deliver this. And then you're saying that we should go and operate. We can't, because you haven't resolved your solutions, your information. when they sent me to customs for this bona fide manufacturers thing, there was one really smart person in the corner who knows everything. I sat with the guy in front of his computer. He went through. By the time we were done, he brought out all the solutions, including what they told me we couldn't bring. He had a solution for it in the system, in government system. Listed it all out as part of the bona fide manufacturer's application for me, so that we could get that material and I could go ahead with my business without illegality. So it's really, where do you want to go? What do you want out of this system? Yes, it takes us longer than our peers in some other countries. It costs us so much more strain and stress. But you know, one of the decisions I made through that experience is this is my country too. I have a right in my country too. And that's when I made up my mind I will never be quiet. Because I realized when we complain at dinner tables in our houses and we don't speak up or do anything, some of the time, the guys who make an honest mistake in making a decision on our behalf just don't know. It's true. And if we don't engage in trying to inform them, we will never get the solution. That is the truth. So that's, your box is nothing. It's whatever you make it to be. Infrastructure and all of that. At the end of the day, it's cheaper when government provides infrastructure in some ways, because then they're not under economic pressure to make returns. And there's some infrastructure that is so long-term in this climate, where rates of facilities for most structures is too high for most projects. That the kind of projects you need for infrastructure. And if you take international money, which is usually the cheapest money to run projects like that, well, if you took it 2 months ago, at dollar of what rate, and you wake up this morning, and you already have a mismatch of funds. And so there's a challenge. In fact, in most of those cases, people actually use what they call sovereign guarantee. And sovereign guarantee means the debt is on the federal government. If you default, so people are happy to give you, once they know that a country at the end of the day is going to have to meet its obligation. So at the end of the day, it's still government tied to it. Now, we're building higher capacity, a step at a time. But in total, it's about building the appetite for people to do it, creating an environment that entrepreneurs can trust, the continuity of policy, that if one government loses today to tomorrow, and I'm not part of any government, but if I'm seated at the wrong side of the table, just because they say I know somebody or somebody is my cousin and is in politics, which should not be my business, that my projects will not be put at risk, and that I can find the right kind of structures. Even banks have been burnt by a lot of those kind of structures. I'm sure you know that I will know. So at the end of the day, private sector has a huge role to play, but the environment has a lot of work to do. First, the guarantee and security of investment, the continuity of commitments. Not that you start 4 or 5 years, there's a change, and there's a change of government, and the new person thinks he has no business with whatever happened before. Many issues. But at the end of the day, government can never afford what we need for infrastructure. And there are different types of infrastructure. We need to break them up into more modular units for our own environment, because the huge scale one, we actually can't afford it.
Thank you very much. I think we cannot take any more questions for our session. I will invite Professor Shunubi to let us know how we manage lunch before we start our session. And I'm sure you welcome Mrs. Woshikap into the audience.
Thank you, sir. Please, round of applause for the chair. Dr. Aloy, member of the ULBS Advisory Board. Just before we go, we are really going for lunch. Let me thank Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika. Just like he had said, when I was communicating with her, Auntie, you must come, and he said, I will come, but okay, give me, in academia, we are very particular about structure so much. Okay, Auntie, please give me the topic you want to talk. She didn't reply. So, usually, I now know the reason anyway. She wants to speak from the mind, as we say, and not from the head. So thank you, man, and God bless you, man. And she asked again, secondly, she deserves another round of applause. She's supposed to actually travel out of the country today. Purposely and purposefully, she actually delayed the traveling, and then she's not likely to go at the right time. She had promised. I'm sure everything will work together for good, man. Thank you, man. Wish you safety. Thank you, man. God bless. We go for lunch now, but before then, let me recognize Dr. Haino, the fintech expert, the president of African fintech, Dr. Haino, Maegmo, and then of course Dr. Deria Woshika, chair of Access. Openly, I'm still waiting for Access. You understand? My committee members, you understand? We are waiting. Round of applause for Access Bank. Round of applause. Thank you. So we have just 30 minutes to go for lunch break. And once again, round of applause for the chair of the session, who is also coming back. Thank you. Please, 30 minutes for lunch break, please. Just 30 minutes, please.
My chair of the session, please lead us for lunch. Kindly lead us. Make sure you
afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back from lunch. We are starting the first plenary session properly. We had a bit of it before we went for lunch, but we're now going to have it fully. First, I'd like to introduce the speakers to you. Luckily, the business school had printed their pictures and profile of each one of them in the program, so I will not waste your time going through. But what is important is that I know virtually all of them in my own professional capacities, so it's easier for me to just mention their name, and I'm sure if you want more details about them, for many of them are household names, they don't need any elaborate and long introduction. But luckily, the business school had even put that in the packet. First, let me introduce Dr. Segun Aina, OFR. Please, maybe you wave your hand or okay. Dr. Aina is President, Africa FinTech Network. But for many, many years ago, we knew him as President, Chairman of Council, Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, before he became FinTech. Let me also welcome Dr. Mrs. Dere Awoshika, MFR, MNI. Mrs. Awoshika, as you all well know, today wears the cap of Chairman Access Bank PLC. But before, she wears several big caps that we all know in this country. We thank God for her life, for her contribution to the health sector, and now she is in banking, helping us to sort out our banks. Welcome. Of course, we have Dr. John Momon, OON. Again, someone who needs no elaborate introduction. Chairman, Channels Media Group, and also, I understand, is the president of University of Lagos Alumni Association. One thing I admire about him, I'm not sure he even knows me or knows that I admire him, is that he allows his media organization to run. He doesn't throw his person into it. You don't see them carrying his picture every day, featuring. He stays back and allow the young guys he had empowered. You can see how those boys had grown in knowledge, in capacity, in courage. So please give him another round of applause. The next gentleman is someone I've known several years ago. He used to be a banker, but he's now in capital market and capital finance things. Mr. Adebraimo is the Group MD, Alpha Morgan Capital. When I knew him, he was one of the general managers of GTB donkey years ago. So I'm in the midst of people we all know. These are successful professionals and successful entrepreneurs. So when they speak around these topics, they're not just talking about theory, they're speaking from practical experience. So I will urge you to listen carefully and take notes so that after the round of discussion, then you can ask your questions and make your comment. As I said before we went for break, each speaker would have like 20 minutes to make presentation so that we can have ample time to come back to them, and they can also have ample time to elaborate on their points. So as it is listed here, I'd like to start with Dr. Segun Aina, a man who wears many caps actually, to take us through his thoughts on the topic FinTech in relation to innovation and entrepreneurship in disruptive times. Kindly put your hands together for Dr. Segun Aina, OFR. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, the chairman, for the introduction. I want to first of all start by congratulating the ULBS under the leadership of the very good Professor Abraham Oshinubi for putting this together and for funding me to present at this first conference. I was asked to make a presentation on a subject matter that I know is affecting or will be affecting all of us, both as both on the demand and the supply side of education, which is fintech in relation to innovation and entrepreneurship in disruptive times. And I was told to do that in PowerPoint slides. So I prepared PowerPoint slides, but they are just for the records. A lot of things I will be saying may not even be in the PowerPoint slides, but something that just illustrates some of the things that's happening, that's really reading them to real life, examples in terms of what those PowerPoint content illustrate. So if you go to the content slide, is anybody here? I mean, who is the person's changing who's controlling this? You go to the content slide, can you? No, the next one, just the next one, so that we can save time. The next slide. Okay. I mean, the previous that just shows that I've been sharing my thoughts, based on some of the experiences that I've had in banking, in in the fintech space, and also as a serial investor in a lot of fintechs. But a lot of whom have done very wonderful things that's affecting our lives today. And the paper and the presentations is in five sections. One talk about disruptive times, the other one opportunities in challenges, not opportunities and challenges, because I don't always like to treat them as separate issues. Opportunities and challenges. And the previous speaker, the keynote speaker that spoke earlier on, mentioned the fact that in every challenge there was opportunity. So I'm looking at things from the opportunities in the challenges, because when you have challenges, that's where creativity comes in. That's where innovation comes in, and that's why you can disrupt the environment. And of course, the fintech phenomenon and the role of ecosystem players. I will mention just a few of the ecosystem players that I'm closely affiliated with and what they are doing and what we can do to support this growth and make sure that it affects us in terms of innovation and and moving the nation forward. And of course, the conclusion. I just want to use this slide that is illustrating what we call the vocal environment. Can you go to the next slide? I would love to have the study myself so that I can control it. Next slide. The VUCA is something that was created in the 90s when, after the collapse of the socialist system. And it just illustrates the environment that we live in generally, in terms of the volatility, the uncertainty, the complex and ambiguous. The point I always say about this is that it's not only when something major happens that we live in disruptive times. Every day of our life, especially as business people, especially as creators and so on, we should always see every day as disruptive times. It's not only when you have COVID or when you have Ukrainian and Russia war that we have. In every aspect of life, there is disruption. And when there are disruption, it creates opportunities. You can be the disruptor and you can be the disruptor. So we need to see how within the environment that we are in, how we can be the disruptor. We're talking about Channels TV the other day. Look at Channels TV today. Each time I see, I think for the past maybe 20 years or so, they've been voted as the #1 television, in Nigeria. And how many years old is Channels TV compared to some of the other ones that are older? That means they have quickly disrupted that industry. And the only way they can continue to remain on top is by being ahead of the game. So in terms of disruption, in terms of innovation and entrepreneurship as an entrepreneur, even if you are #1 and you have done great things, if you do not disrupt yourself, if you don't disrupt your industry, you cannot remain #1. You want to see somebody else coming in. So that's just the illustration there. Let's go to, the next slide. The next slide. Come on to the next slide. Why is it so taking some a lot of time? Okay, this slide just show the recent triggers of major disruption. Talking about the global financial crisis, I always say that global financial crisis, is cyclical. It comes in cycle. If you look at it between 7 and 10 years, you have some serious financial crisis that I mean, in my life, I've visited about 4. And some people have gained, some people have lost. So that means we should always be ready for disruption like that. And when you see those disruptions, there are winners and losers. Particularly if you look at the COVID pandemic, it has created entirely totally new players. It has created. Now you are moving too fast. So so you show the losers and losers, and who are the okay, and who are the gainers? The gainers are those that have prepared themselves, especially those who have digitally transformed ahead of this, those who are prepared for disruptive time, those who are prepared to move ahead, those who are, created new things. And I always talk about the banking industry, for instance. In 2021 and even 2022, very few banks, came out with very, very higher profit levels. Only very few, but most of them had very, very much lower figures. And when you look at it, those that have digitally prepared themselves before COVID came were able to take advantage of COVID and were able to move their transaction away from the branches where people could not go. And the same thing happens in a lot of industries. New industries were created by people who are smart. In fact, some people told me that they made more money during those COVID period than they ever made, because they are prepared themselves for those kind of changes. And when you look at industries, because it's very important for us to know the context of this disruption before we then know how fintech has come, to change the financial services industry and to not be a phenomenon that we are seeing today. If you look around the world globally, you see some industries that have been disrupted because people have come with new thinking. How can we best meet the requirements of individuals? How can we best serve them? And there is a few examples that have been mentioned there. Facebook, for instance, is the most popular media, but it doesn't own its own content. We are the one that gives Facebook the content, and they're using that content to make money. But some people cannot get off Facebook anytime. The same thing with a Zoom. It's the most patronized meeting venue, yet it has no room. Yet you have all your something you do. So those are disruption caused by the presence of digital, internet, phone. The same thing with Netflix. The same with WhatsApp, Uber, the largest accommodation provider, but it doesn't hold any real estate. Same thing with Airbnb. These are organizations that in the last 10 years or so have disrupted various sectors. And we always believe that when these things happen, there are opportunities in those disruptions with innovative mind and the entrepreneurial spirit. You will see the opportunities that are in those, and that is why if you look at the Forbes the Forbes rich list that is published every year, between 2020 and 2021, the world produced the largest number of billionaires on an annual basis than in previous years. And those are the years that we had COVID. That means people were able to take advantage of what is happening during the COVID period. So the total wealth of the world billionaire grew from $8.1 trillion to $13.1 trillion in a year that the year that people thought, oh, these are very, very bad years. It was a very bad year. Yet more people, and who are these people? Most of them are creators, innovators, of course, entrepreneurs who were able to take advantage of what was happening to be able to do great things. And the same thing goes for the most valuable companies in the world. If you look at, say, 20 years ago, and this year, 20 years ago, the most valuable companies in the world were companies that were into, oil and gas and banking, doing but with innovative mind, with digital, with ICT. Now discover that today, the emerging technology, the emerging companies are the one that occupies the top 8. Until about a week or 2 weeks ago, it was Apple that was number one most value until
the price of oil jumped up, and then Saudi Aramco became the most valuable company in the world. So 6 out of these companies are technology companies whose, apart from some of them that have been around for many years, who have just come up and, and they are doing great compared to what happened 20 years ago. So that is the shift in industries, which is also happening in our environment in Nigeria. We've seen a lot of new players, and we see the impact of fintech and the fintech entrepreneurs, the impact it has made in financial services, and the impact it has made, in our lives. Fintech is actually an acronym for financial technology. And many years ago, nobody even knew. I used to run the technology as an executive director in Ecobank, even though I'm just a pure banker, but I was given that role. And then I also moved to another bank as CEO, and make sure that we use technology to change things. We created the result checker with the advent of mobile phone, where when you do your jam or like nowadays, if you do your jam, you have to wait until the result is sent to you, or you go and or you go to the WIC office and check on that. But we said, with the brilliant man that we have said, can't you do something about this? And they came up with a solution that initially transmits your result to you on your phone. That was in 2002, just a year after mobile phone came. And out of that, the bank created a company which still exists today. I think it's now called Vertebra. They make billions and billions of naira in that kind of business. That was something that we did, and that led me to immediately I retired in Assembly. I created a company called Fintech Associates Limited. My social over was, how did you come about that company? And I said, well, I've seen far ahead the linkages between financial and technology, and today it's an industry. It's a totally different industry, and it's going to transform, and it's been transforming, and it's going to transform the entire landscape of the financial services and even other services. This is just to show some of the definitions of fintech or what it means. And you can have the basic definition, or you can have the ecosystem definition. A lot of people think fintechs are just startups, small companies that are just coming on certain, but no. But if you look at it from an ecosystem point of view, any organization that uses their technology or digital as the backbone to do services is a fintech company, and that's why today a lot of banks, which started with Goldman Sachs, for instance, in the US, and then the BBVA in Spain, I think Bank of America, they are not, and now in Nigeria, a lot of banks like GTB and so that they are a technology company or a software company or a fintech company with a banking license, and that there are platforms where other companies can plug into and render their services to their customers. So fintech is redefining that space because of the challenges that have been seen. And what are those challenges? After the end of the financial crisis, people lost interest in the conventional banking system that caused a lot of panic and so on and so forth. And that created impetus for young people, championed by Y Combinator, an accelerator company in the US in Silicon Valley, which pumped a lot of money into some of these new companies. Some of them have become so big today. If you look at some of the what we call challenger banks or neo banks and so on, have become so big. Some of them are valued, hundreds of billions of dollars. So we have seen what that a disruption, has caused across the world. But I'm coming home to Nigeria. Many years ago, when a fintech company started up, maybe Flutterwave was established in 2016. OP was established in 2018. Maybe the oldest of the fintech unicorns. And a unicorn is a company that has a valuation of more than $1 billion. It's called a unicorn in that space. Int'l was set up in 2001, I think. It's the oldest of them. When five years ago, when fintech startups go to banks to offer them some of these services or to partner with them, they just treat them with scorn. Who are these small boys today? But today, any bank that does not recognize fintech as the main competitor that will hit their business, they are doing that at their own peril. And that's why banks are now even setting up their own fintech companies, buying over fintechs, and so on. So because we now have fintech companies
that are more valuable than even the conventional banks. I mean, there are 3 fintech companies in Nigeria today that are unicorns, Int'l, Flutterwave, OPay. Of course, there are other technology companies, I mean, or e-commerce companies like Andela and Jumia that are also unicorns. And to illustrate what I'm saying in terms of the power of innovation, the power of entrepreneurship, the power of disruption. If you look at this table, well, market capitalization and valuation are 2 different things, but you can always, I mean, normally it would be wrong to interpret one for the other, but you can at least can give a guide as to what those values are, because market capitalization actually is the number of your shares at the stock exchange multiplied by the price of those shares. While market valuation is based on so many things, on so many other different things. But since most of these companies are not quoted, you may not be able to use that kind of value. But it gives a sense of the perception of the value of those companies. The most, according to the Nigerian NGX market, sometimes as 17, the most valued bank in the country today. I mean, the market capitalization is, value is 851 billion naira. First Bank, that's 127 years old, is 413 billion in terms of market capitalization. Flutterwave is a 5-year-old company, and today it is valued $3 billion. Yes, you could say that there are bubbles now that is coming on in some of these valuations and so on across the world, but it does still not take away from the fact that these people have created value that investors and players have seen in them. OPay was set up in 2018. And based on the funding they have raised and the kind of things that they are doing, they may not be making the same profit that banks are making yet. But when you look at the future revenue flow, the way they have scaled and so on and so forth, people see value in this, that, in the long run, they will be, so profitable that, they'll be doing more than the bank. And the same thing with Int'l. All this demonstrates the development in the fintech space, which has been made possible by entrepreneurs who are innovative, who are doing something different, who are doing things that, because what do people need? People don't care today whether you are a bank or whatever, as long as they are getting the services that they require at their convenience, bringing the services to them. In those days, the only way you can get the service to the bank is by going to the banking hall. Today, most of the banks are even closing those banking hall because they have now seen that you don't need to. The fintechs have taught us that you can do your transaction from your phone. And as we move ahead for the future, even the phone will become redundant in terms of how to have access, to your money. It is the bank that tells you how and where to get your money. Now it is in your hands. You determine, when to get the money and so on. And this has been made possible by people that have creative minds and have made sure that things are done in a way that provide value. Because what is important is what value are you giving to your consumers, and that's what we have seen. We have seen. However, we are talking about market leadership today in terms of financial services, where fintech and the banks operate. The acronym that we used to have is, FUGAS, the top 5 banks. But today, a lot of people, a lot of analysts are now looking at GOVIS, including OPay, into the space, including Flutterwave display, because they do virtually everything. And we have always, we actually believe that very soon, an institution called a bank may no longer be necessary. Even though banking and financial will still be necessary, but it can be offered by anyone. Fintechs are now being licensed by the central bank. Other places are now being licensed by the central bank. So you don't need to have that name, a bank, before you can render banking services. And that is what this sector that continues to dominate the financial services sector have taught us in terms of what they are doing. Of course, there are challenges that can inhibit this, and it's very important to bring this out, and that's why some of the things that we are doing are focused on those challenges. One is regulation. Of course, we've been everywhere in the world, innovation is always ahead of regulation, and that is why it is innovation anyway. Because some of these things the regulator cannot even but I know that our regulators in Nigeria today are trying to make sure that they have the right people with the right experience, that can determine, because It's always good, and what some of the things I tell regulators sometimes because normally a typical regulator is totally in Nigeria, where you go with a product that you want them to approve. If they don't understand it, they will just say no. They just say no straight away. But today we are we are seeing changes. And another thing we have been advocating is that if you don't understand this thing, invite the people that are involved, let them sit down with you, let them explain and tell them your concern. My concern is depositors' protection. I want to protect the consumers. My concern as a capital market regulator is to protect the investors. So how do you want us to regulate you? And those kind of systems have really helped a lot in some other jurisdictions, and Nigeria, and want to give it to the central bank, SEC, National Insurance Commission, and so on. So for instance, FinTech Association of Nigeria had to approach the Securities and Exchange Commission that we need to do for them a FinTech roadmap, which they accepted. And 3 years ago, that was done for them by the Securities and Nigeria, and that's what they are now rolling out. That's why I see some of the creative things that Securities and Exchange Commission is doing. The National Insurance Commission, we've been talking to them for some years, but early this year, they've now approached us to also try and come up with a set of guidelines and things that will do a roadmap for FinTech and InsurTech, because InsurTech insurance technology in the Nigerian so the challenges are being taken care of, particularly by industry operators like FinTech Association of Nigeria and some individuals that keep on talking to regulators. So we can have a much more robust system that is regulated in the right way, regulation that promotes and advance innovation and creativity. But financial services is a regulated industry, and if the regulation is not right, it will stifle, innovation, and you can not see some of the benefits that we are looking at this. And of course, absence of large talent pool with appropriate skills. And this is a dilemma. It's a dilemma for us, because in Nigeria, we always say that the rate of unemployment is high. Yet there are no people to be employed. I'm sure Dr. Alo is there. He's involved in HR recruitment and so on and so forth. He will tell you that to get when he gets requests from organization for the kind of, if you can review 1,000 resumes, I may not get 10 that really meet the people that you talk to. So it's a very, very serious problem, and that's why we need to know this, particularly as Lagos University of Lagos Business School, to see these opportunities for us in terms of preparing people for the place of one. Like the previous speaker said, it's not the degree that you have that determines whether you are fit. It is the skills and competencies that you have, and that's why some companies today even say that they don't even need any degree to be able to work. Just show us that you have the skills and that you can perform and that you can deliver. So we need to change the mindset from how many university graduates we have produced, how many MBAs we have produced, to how many people with the right skills that we are and it's not rocket science. Apart from the conventional way of learning, there are amongst massive online open courses that people can study and so on and so forth. So I'm saying here because a lot of us here are other entrepreneurs or potential entrepreneurs. We need to do our own little bit in making sure that some of this skill shortage, and today, so with some of those skills, it has even reduced the potential number of people that will migrate. I know young people today who have the right skills, and they are sitting down in Lagos or in their villages and working for global companies abroad and making dollars. And what is different? Because they have acquired the right skills and competence. So it's very, very important for us. Otherwise, if you are setting up your businesses, you want to create businesses, you will not get the people that will deliver in the way you want it delivered. And of course, corporate governance is an issue in that sector, which also is being addressed. I don't want to mention the name of any company, but we've seen what happens in recent times in terms of some challenges of one of the fintech unicorns. These are things that have been addressed. So I'll just be concluding these remarks by saying that all of us in this room have the responsibility to make sure that Nigeria maximizes the opportunities available in fintech. And when I say Nigeria, I'm not creating a box in terms of your market. And that is one of the things that the fintech has shown us. It took years before any bank, and it took a lot of effort before any bank can say they want to go and establish outside of Nigeria. But with this fintech, within 2-3 years, you can tell you that they have operations in 10 countries. You know, even in Europe. So when you are creating a solution, solving a problem, don't solve a problem that's just local. Always think global. You can start local, you can be based local, but think global. Facebook, for instance, started from a Mark Zuckerberg who wanted to solve a problem within the university environment. We are all here in this university. How do we know each other? How do we connect? That was how they created Facebook. So if you can do this within the university, that means we can do it for the US. That means we can do it for the whole world. Today, almost 3 billion people are using Facebook as one of the most valued companies, in the world. So, Fintech Association of Nigeria was an association that was set up in 2017. You know, I was so much involved in that as the initiator of that, and created this, and I was president up to a year ago when I handed over to Adebajomo, who's doing very, very well at Association. The reason for bringing this is to show the power of ecosystem and self-regulation in anything that I would. For this, particularly in a space that is just emerging, you need market leaders that will help create that path for others, to follow. So to ensure the advancement and promotion of fintech and so on. And that's why we're happy that within the space of 5 years that association was set up, it has made tremendous impact and has provided a very good a playground for this organization to thrive. And I'm happy to say that today over 200 corporate entities across 20 sectors. Most of the banks are members. All the 4 big consulting firms, KPMG, EY, all the 4 of them are members. Even international companies are members. Facebook, MasterCard, and so on and so forth. Even media. And the first media house to join really was Channel TV. Channel TV was the first media to join. And what did they do for us? I mean, they do anytime we are doing stuff, they take it free of charge. You know, we visit, we arrange interviews and so on and so forth. They have contributed a lot. So they are also a fintech player because they are playing their role of spreading the news, of educating the public in terms of the opportunities in fintech. So that just shows some of the role that we play. I've mentioned how we're able to deepen or create the roadmap for the capital market and also the insurance market. The next organization I will also mention, among others, is Ikoyi Global Innovation, because there is what we call incubation and acceleration, and all of us also have a role. I can't say how many minutes. Okay, yeah, I'm running up actually. Just too much slide. You know, especially when you're talking about the university environment. We created this enterprise under 2 years ago. And what is it supposed to do? It's supposed to create a new set of Nigerians, a set of people that will be skilled and, either going into working for themselves or going into employing institutions. And how do we do it? The major focus is on universities, going to the university campuses, create an environment where the young one can be challenged to do a lot of stuff. Within the year and a half that was set up, thanks to Bank of Industry for believing in the vision, we've set up innovation hubs in Obafemi University and Osun State University. We are going to be going into UI, ABU, and FUTA very, very soon. And what that has done is that, and within the 1 year, within the few months that we started all this, we have seen a lot of incredible things coming up from the idea that these young people, are called. But the most important thing is the fact that we're not only talking to students, we're also creating a platform for the researchers. Most researchers and lecturers just write theses to get promotion. But I'm saying that those theses can be conditions to be innovative and create a solution that solves societal challenges. And that is the focus that we are doing. And we started, the name is Ikoyi Global because we know that our mandate is global, but we started from Nigeria. Today, I can tell you that we have a relationship with some of the best universities who have done this before, because it's not rocket science. These are things that I've done in Smololong in the West University in South Africa, University of Cape Town, and these are the two top universities in Africa. We signed a MOU with the University of Edinburgh, and they are putting our students and lecturers in those pipelines. University of Oxford University, London School of Storage, and so within our little space as players, we can create that impact that ensure that we create a better Nigerian, for a better Nigeria that's better than what we have seen. So those are the things that we are doing to promote entrepreneurship and drive innovation, particularly what we call research for innovation and commercialization to create enterprises. Because the university is the bedrock of all that. And lastly is the skill challenge. And I'm happy that the University of Lagos Business School is a worthy partner to the FinTech Institute, which is accelerating the pace of education, not only for the supply for the supply side, in terms of innovation and so, but even for the demand side. A lot of people have their mobile phones and so on and so forth, especially in the villages, but do they know how to use it? So when you are creating all these products, do they know how to use it? So that is what that organization is for. Just making some recommendations here to conclude on the presentation, to say that partnership and collaboration with local and global institutions to facilitate commercialization of to empower innovators and entrepreneurs is very, very important. And that partner can be, done within people in the country and also within outside of the country. Because if you look at most of the successful fintechs, they are not started by only one person. You always see them co-founders. There be co-this and maybe a team of 2 or 3 with different skills and network. So the power of collaboration is very important. ULBS and similar executive education business schools should be intentional on practical idea development and showcase MBA for your MBA and all your students. This should lead to creating new businesses and graduating entrepreneur managers, not managers who are going to, not people who are going to be just managers to manage businesses, but people who are going to be entrepreneurs, people who are going to be able to create stuff for themselves. Issue of provision of local funding opportunity. Most of the, not most, all the unicorns that I mentioned are owned virtually by foreigners, because they were the ones that saw the opportunity. They were the ones that provided the funding, and they are the investors. So when these companies start to make money, the reward goes to them. So we need, as a country, to try and see how we can localize and domesticate the ownership of this company so we can get the full benefit. And lastly, understand the mindset of digital natives, the millennials, both as innovators, customers, employers, employees, and employers. Very, very important for us. But also in the business schools and also in our businesses. The millennials today, and somebody, last speaker also mentioned it, they are thinking far ahead of us. And they're looking, and the world today also is thinking far ahead. Today, people talk about metaverse. It's coming up, but I'm not sure how many of us know the implication and impact of what is going to translate to metaverse. And metaverse is like a digital universe that combines the use of technology, augmented reality, virtual reality, and so on. So, and the bank, JP Morgan, for instance, have predicted that estimated business opportunity in the metaverse will be about $1 trillion on the yearly basis, and actually invested, in metaverse, like buying plots of land in a virtual world, and coming back home too. MTN Group recently also bought 144 plots in metaverse called Africa Land. So we need to be looking at what does this all portend for us in Nigeria and in Africa in terms of the next stage, because we had the old normal, we are now in the new normal, but what is the next normal? So we need to, as businessmen, also be looking at what is the next normal in terms of what is going to happen. And the metaverse, for instance, I read a report today, the potential global economic impact of the metaverse, and say that if adopted in 2022, over a 10-year period, there will be, about 3 trillion contribution to global GDP. That's about 2.3% of GDP. And for Africa, Africa has the chance of benefiting about $40 billion in terms of their contribution. So as we are looking at today, we should also be looking at the future. What does this emerging technology present for us, particularly for fintech development and all the other development that we are looking at as entrepreneurs who are to plan ahead. So let me stop at this point and thank you very much for listening to this brief presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Aino. I didn't warn you that if we gave him the platform on fintech, we'll be here for the next 1 hour. Another round of applause for him, please. Our third speaker is Dr. Mrs. Dere Awoshika, MFR, MNI. As I mentioned casually when I was introducing her initially, she's had a very distinguished career in the public sector, designing policy for this country in the area of health. But today, she is the chairman of one of the leading banks, Access Bank Nigeria PLC. She's going to be talking to us on value creation in disruptive times, issues and way forward. Please put your hands together for her. She has 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Thanks very much, Professor Alo. I want to thank ULBS for putting this up. I want to say it's very much needed. ULBS, I know you will say so. Okay, ULBS. ULBS, stand corrected. Thank you very much for putting this up. And I do hope that you make things that we talk about here available, because the fraction of people in this room, compared to the issues that we have to deal with, and even my brother has added more, kept me so sober before coming on. I'm just so very sober and looking at where are we really. So I consult myself in the topic I've been given. I consult myself and I said, okay, we are going to be looking at value creation in disruptive times, issues and way forward, especially in our own environment. Because listening to Dr. Aino, I think he was working with Facebook in the US, in Canada. We don't have structures in Nigeria. And you don't have systems without structures. And when we talk a lot about infrastructure, Prof, but we don't talk about structures. So I don't know what infrastructure or restructuring is in Nigeria when you don't have a structure that leads to the development of infrastructure, not to talk of restructuring. We're far away from the truth. So I'm going to have to speak on, I'll do a general introduction, the disruptive-led changing business landscape, the value creation in disruptive times, the value creation adaptation, and how we can adapt and move forward. So just talking about generally, I've expressed my gratitude. I thank you so much. I'm also delighted. I'm learning a lot coming here and sitting at that table. So it's a learning point for me also. As you heard from Professor Lowe, I'm just a public servant, choked into the banking sector. Clearly, we're in disruptive and uncertain times. We are, and we must accept it as a people. The harsh operating environment in which we are in, peculiarity of our nation and Africa. This afternoon, I was supposed to be in Kenya speaking on Afri-Cities investment. I've sent it, recorded it, because this is my hope and this is priority. So I turned down traveling. So we are in uncertain times. We're in a very toxic environment, and toxicity destroys. So we need to look at the death knell that awaits businesses that fails to adapt, and the language and the speakings must be very clear. That is a death knell that awaits businesses who don't want to adopt and adapt business environment that has been disrupted, technology innovations and other factors. All of these are positive disruptions, but we are coping with both negative and the positive together. The biggest challenge facing business leaders, and business leaders are at different levels, is how to adapt to the rapidly changing business environment that is continuously disruptive while remaining value accretive. So that's why I titled this paper, Creating Value in Disruptive Times. Is it possible? Yes, it is. We must have a positive mind and we must be able to drive it forward. The world is going through some form of rebalancing caused by varying degrees of disruptions and uncertainties within the various environments. This definitely places huge demands on leaders, and when I mean leaders, I don't talk about governmental leaders, every leader, not only to find effective response mechanism, but also to create and sustain value. I wrote in my book there, what does it mean for the education sector? What does it mean for the health sector? What does it mean for infrastructure, power, and all of this? What does this mean? Are we looking at it? This makes the theme of the conference very, very key, and the need for us to speak to these issues, adopt and adapt and move forward. Adapting to business landscape in disruptive times. This landscape in Nigeria, as I said, is very toxic, but we have to move in our context. We don't have to wait for the toxicity to get so bad, such that we are not able to do anything. It's dead. We don't want to get to that end. So, disruption-led changing business landscape. Somebody else see me? Okay, I sent the slide earlier on. Okay. I sent it. Prof, I sent it to you. Okay. Disruption occurs when smaller and more agile, that's challengers, companies take the advantage of technological innovations and other disruptive elements to completely change the way industry works. Usually, I sent it. Okay, thank you. Usually, unencumbered by existing organizational structural rigidities. That's what I said in the first place. We have some structural rigidities, and they are more agile and leaner to disrupt the incumbent. If the incumbent fails to react in a proactive and efficient manner, it will face market share shrinking, undoubtedly. And in extreme cases, complete extinction. That's what we get in Nigeria in various companies. We don't want to affect our structure, and the structure must change. Whatever level you are in, you must be able to do that because it's a recipe for disaster. In the last 20 years, the business landscape has witnessed unprecedented changes and disruptions. There are technological innovations are altering the way consumers, industries, businesses operate. The business leaders are also being forced to adapt to the disruptive times. That's the big businesses, but we should do it across board. Then came the global COVID-19. I can say it categorically that if COVID-19 came to Nigeria and did not affect any other part of the world, we will not change our style. We will continue to look for drugs to cure it, whereas we can do something and still move on. But now we have been forced to do something. A good one, a very good one. That's why some companies can say we earned a lot. We earned a lot and we worked more efficiently, and we worked more in some of the companies that I am privileged to serve on. So COVID-19 pandemic leading to shutdowns, rapid adoption of digital services, supply chain disruptions, etc., etc., continued geopolitical tensions across the globe. So we can't avoid it in Nigeria. Trade tensions between the US and China occurred. Tensions in the Middle East and Eastern Europe occurred. Even Nigeria, silently, there are tensions, I know, in the health sector that occurred between the industry because raw materials were not coming through. You forgot the chloroquine issue. We didn't have any chloroquine raw material in Nigeria, even though we're a malaria endemic place. Growing impact of the Russia-Ukraine war of attrition with possibility of a third world war in view. We may not like it, but these are analyses that have to be done so that we can be proactive going forward. So locally, we are facing structural uncertainty. I'm sorry I'm preaching so much structure here, because let's just look at individual. Look at your body. You have a form. You have a form. You have a head. You have a neck. You have ear. All of this. Even God Almighty created structure. Male or female, the structure is there. Before the system. Do you see my systems? Do you see your systems? You need to go and check your systems to be able to get it to work maximally. But I can see Dr. Aino as he stands up now. I can describe his form and his structure. But his structure remains a human being structure that cannot change. So we're facing structural uncertainty and disruptions to business landscape that can be amended with fintech disruptions to traditional business models. All we need is to set our mind to do that. Otherwise, we'll be so theoretical, we'll be so far thinking that it's impossible to happen. We'll be looking at Canada to US to UK. Who says it cannot happen here? We need to fix our mind to use the fintech disruptions to our traditional business models. Nothing is wrong with our traditional business models. And I use the word model carefully. Model. A model adapts to a structure and it works with the system. Changes in consumer taste and behaviors, the regulatory uncertainty, the socio-economic uncertainty, oil prices, volatilities, rising inflation and unemployment, supply chain disruption, all these things are things that we can amend within our local way because they are heightening political tensions. We all talk about it, but it's the truth. Perhaps we all feel it now. I feel it. I don't know about Professor Alo. I don't know about my brother John. I don't know, Mr. Brahima. Do you feel the tension? We laugh about it, but in our close moments, we wonder what will happen to us. Even though we are not politicians, it is about structure and systems. Security challenges are glaring to us. So beyond the disruptions caused by technological innovation, Nigerian business landscape is generally hostile and harsh. But first principles must be applied. No matter how small the business is, no matter how big the business is, principles don't change. Principles are principles. They are either first principles, second principles, third principles, but they are principles. The business environment is plagued with so many well-known challenges. Thank you. You can help me concentrate. The business environment is plagued with so many well-known challenges and weak macroeconomic fundamentals. We must accept it. The macroeconomy is weak. Can it be strong? Yes. Will it take long to be strong? No. We need to apply the principles. What are they? Poor power infrastructure, leading to collapse of many businesses, especially the MSMEs. It hurts people like me. I served as permanent secretary power. I was posted to the Ministry of Power, and I tell you in this room today, confidently so. The first thing I asked is, why did you post me there? I'm not an electrical engineer. And the head of service says, see who posted you. It's the president himself. I said, okay, so I got there. And I asked the ministers, what is the problem in this ministry? He said, do an independent survey. I tell you categorically what I've told the president then, and we used to have power task force, which the president chaired, and we meet every week. has to tell you how the problem was. I did a survey, mine, through many other things. Flying in the air, micro aircraft, looking at things, and it's about the people. And the president asked me, why? What's the problem? Yes, you have just joined us. You didn't say anything today. He says, my first meeting, sir. I'm listening. He said, no, say something. I said, two things I will say with great permission and humility. I have reviewed, and the cost of power is the people, not the system. I said, okay. The second one, I said, too many bosses. A will call you, you respond. B will call you, C will call you. D, everybody with different directives. I don't know who is the boss, sir. It's not a laughing matter, it's structure. People adhere to structure elsewhere. You can't just call anybody by anybody, give instructions, and the people are ready to work and do their work honestly for the benefit of all. So all of us are causing the toxic environment. I make bold to say that. We must be ready as a people to move positively to change structure and the system in which we work. And amazingly, we started doing that. In 6 months, not me, in 6 months, structure was made clear. President took action and said, these are the reporting structure. This is this. We took action in 6 months. We took the power from 1,762 to 4,000 megawatts. Don't clap. Clap. It is an example that it is possible to do. When we started fighting many other things that the structure didn't take care of, are the zones. You are coming from Lekki and you have something there about power, you know, and somebody goes there and destroy it, thinking that it's undoing Buhari, whereas it's undoing Lagos State and the power goes up. So you have a lot of sabotage, a lot of lack of knowledge, a lot of lack of information, which, again, if we know our environment is as toxic as that, technology will take care of it. There are technologies. There are technologies that take care of what we do rudimentarily. So perhaps that's the next step. Perhaps they will take on it. So we have things like power destruction, poor economic growth, unable to reverse the increasing poverty rates is going up. High energy costs, diesel. My husband was telling me paying diesel yesterday, it has gone up by about 8 naira. Poor access to capital and investment funds. And that's where I would like us to discuss Mr. Aino's paper, because all these things, where's the money for the people to get the thing done? High unemployment, inflationary rates, wiping away consumer purchasing power, unpredictable and opaque regulatory environment. I want to stop there because I made a comment to you. The regulatory environment is like a police, but it's not supposed to be a police. The auditor is like a police, but it's not supposed to be a police. It's supposed to correct and make sure you do it right, because it's about the people. It's about the people. So when you come and shake somebody, say, no, you're not doing this right. First warning. Second warning, we'll blacklist you. Fine. But you just were looking where the person will go wrong when he doesn't know the right thing to do. Tell him the right thing to do. If he does not do the right thing, then you do the right thing to him. So we have very unpredictable and opaque regulatory environments. Supply chain disruption, especially at ports, you all know the stories of entry due to multiple agencies. It's there. I'm not telling anything you don't know. You know it. Let's not close our eyes to it. We have been trying to clear trailers. Imagine that, to move trailers from a road for how many months? I don't understand it. Extreme inequality. There's so much inequality. I need that biro. It costs 10 naira. If Mr. Brima can get it and I have my 10 naira, why do you hold it from me? I need to get it. That's equality, equity. Extreme inequality, significant economic disparities between the North and the South. And we are laughing about it. We can't streamline our economy unless we balance the place. You have a poor family, you suffer in that family if you are a rich person. You are deceiving yourself. You need to be able to be caring enough to say, what can we do to create a balance and move the system and make the environment more friendly to development? Because at the end of the day, the indices will speak for the country. Continuous security challenges, elevating uncertainties. The hostile business landscape has technically forced so many businesses to change their business models to remain alive. Just with the say, I'm hanging on. That's that's what the young children, that's what my children who I say, I don't want to hear that anymore. Hanging on, no, you have to be in. We don't want to hang on. Some have exiled the country for another smaller one, but more stable economies. This is also manifesting in dwindling FDI, foreign investment, now targeting other economies instead of Nigeria. I was telling my brother that if I have a house outside the country, I'll take off for the next 3 months. I've never reached that stage before. Overall, Nigeria's hard business landscape is ranked 131 out of the 190 economies of the recent World Bank Ease of Doing Business report. 131 out of 190, and yet your population is so high. So you can imagine the impact. You are low down there, and your population is so high, and your problems are enormous. I want us to be very patriotically thoughtful about it, so we can decide to do the little that we can, each and every one of us, when we leave this room, and influence others as well. So despite recent improvements in the ranking, it is still considered very poor as the country continues to perform below huge potentials, always potentials. The urgent task before government and economic managers, such as the one in this room, because I regard education as an economic manager. You bring out the people that manage the economy. So you are a manager. The education is a very critical thing, and yet we're on strike. We need to do a whole lot more to improve the economic fortunes and business landscape. I hope that at the end of this ULBS conference, we will also come up with genuine implementation inputs in our communique to support a new direction for the country. Let's put it out there. Somehow, somebody, somewhere, some state, some local government may listen to you, imbibe it, and move forward. We need to create value in these disruptive times. Create value. In any organization, value is always defined by customers, investors, employees, and stakeholders. For companies surrounded by economic uncertainty, mixed with a competitive and disruptive environment, creating value is a real challenge. The value creation process is at the heart of integrating thinking. And that's why I said we should be sober. We need to think. I know in my own faith, the Bible says, as a man thinketh, so he is. It is created through the organization purpose, strategy, and business model, while also considering all resources, capitals, all relationship in an integrated way. Just by design, I will finish, Professor Alo, in 20 minutes. I was counseling a young lady who has done very well, then fell down. And I was looking at her relationship. And I said to her, do you know that one of the greatest strengths that we have as Africans and Nigerians is the level we teach our goodwill and trust builds a large economy beyond money. The trust and goodwill economy is an African-based economy. We need to develop it. It is only trust that makes me to meet you here today and come tomorrow. We met here. You take it like that. I need 1 million. And then you give it to me. You trust. You don't do that in Europe. Am I wrong? You can't do that. But here we do it. Let's build it. Let's build trust. Let's build the goodwill. And I told the lady, list all the people you have been working, you have been talking to. Oh, this complaint. This. I said, you had goodwill. These people have come across you, but you have not endeared your heart to them. so that the goodwill can grow stronger. People who have goodwill, who have built trust, they are richer than the people who have naira in the bank. It's a great economy. So value is created to customers and society through responsible and profitable products, services, and channels to market. It also requires delivering value at an appropriate price, and the word appropriate, price, cost, as well as an integrated and relevant strategic, operational, and risk management. We're always afraid to look at risk. If there's anything I've learned in banking, I love risk. That section, I love risk management. It actually shows you the future, where you are going. It didn't say don't go. It said you will meet this, you will meet this, you will meet that. You begin to walk towards it. You will meet them, but you will transcend them. But here, Africans are afraid of risk. You can't take risk, you can't move up. You can't take risk, you can't move forward. Sustained value is achieved by retaining and protecting value internally in the organization and distributing value externally to shareholders. You create, you distribute to shareholders and stakeholders. So there must be value to be created for people. It's a good thing so to do. Customers increasing sophistication in a disruptive environment places so much responsibility on business leaders to constantly deliver value. Today, there's less of brand loyalty. Ability to solve customers' problems is a convenient and creative manner. It's what attracts customers to a brand. Therefore, business leaders must align company objectives and the ever-changing needs of a consumer in a creative, disruptive business environment to ensure long-term relevance and survival. You must endure. You must create value according to the pockets that you want to serve. It was Charles Darwin who said, "It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change that survives." This is the one role a true business leader must get together. Now, let's look at adaptation and the way forward. Ways business leader can adapt to disruptive times. I'll run quickly. In today's business world, driven by innovations, global pandemics, microeconomics issues, geopolitical tensions, regulatory changes, changing consumer preferences, etc., you can go listing them in that dimension. Adaptation is now the new competitive weapon. It's a weapon. Be ready to use it. In the last 10 years, the biggest disruptions are from the fintechs. We're also seeing disruptions in the healthcare, in insurance, in music, in e-commerce. You said it. You can see the list of the companies that you rated. All of them belong to this group. Clearly, for businesses to survive today, it is either you innovate. If you cannot innovate, adapt. If you cannot adapt, you die. I'm sorry, we will not die. No one business will die. I'm not sure there is any bulletproof methodology to protect businesses from the ongoing onslaught by the fintechs and other disruptive elements. And there's still more. Listening to him this afternoon, I said, these people want to have onslaught, we'll be ready for them. Nevertheless, the following are some of the ways business leaders can adapt. 1, define your raising the tar. This must be in alignment with customers' values, expectation always. Even governance has to be the citizenry expectation. Position your company as a unique business with unique products properly aligned to customers' needs. Continuously, the third one, and proactively scan the environment for future disruptive technology, and we have been blessed to give us a lot of data today. We will get that paper. Changing consumer needs, etc. As a business leader, we must understand the signs of time. Strong research and development units can help us, like you are doing, ULBS. Carry out scenario planning and analysis from time to time. This will help, especially in positioning for socio-economic and regulatory changes. And ULBS can do that for us, for various industrial sectors. They are dying, they need help. They need scenario planning, they need intervention. Develop a strong company's culture to survive in a rapidly digitalized and increasingly virtualized environment. This should be embedded in a strong communication strategy to carry out stakeholders. And our communication strategy is not that we'll just adopt what they have abroad. No, we have a peculiar environment. We need to adopt and adapt to it. Keep the team constantly engaged and ensure to win the talent war through job flexibility. Finally, my distinguished ladies and gentlemen, leaders of industry, now and in the future, let me emphasize that a true business leader must strive to create value even in times of uncertainty, as I said earlier on. Every organization has risen out of relative obscurity. Every organization, just like a baby that is born. You don't know a baby. You just see it's a beautiful baby. That's how every business is. But tomorrow that baby becomes a president. Every opportunity is in a newborn business. So in a world-class institution has history of navigating challenges, disruptions, and uncertainty. Strong visionary leadership is always at the heart of such growth or success. Potential leaders here and leaders, you must leverage your knowledge and experience. Engage those areas others have and you don't have. You must have an honest understanding of who you are. And that's where trust can come in, goodwill can come in. What you know and what you can do, what you cannot do, what you don't know. Get help. You should be able to adapt to changing realities and be ready to make key decisions. And I hope that at the end of this meeting conference, we will find answers to some of the questions below as we try to address fragments of the business environment and its connections to how organizations adapt to different systems following structures. How can values be created for stakeholders during disruptive times? We need answers. How can the business environment challenges be addressed in a holistic manner given our peculiarities? How can we keep the workforce continuously engaged in an increasingly virtualized world? How can we manage various contradictory forces in a disruptive and fast-paced business landscape? How can we ensure that the business lights are kept on and avoid the death knell during the disruptive times? I thank you very much. I know we have the answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Incidentally, you only exceeded your time by 5 minutes. So you did very well. You did very well. Another round of applause for her, please. Now, again, I'm sure we are taking notes so that we can engage the speakers later. Without wasting more time, I'd like to invite Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group, to address us on the subtopic, the media as catalysts for innovation, entrepreneurship, and nation building. Please put your hands together for him. 20 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Allo. Well, good evening all. Let's get into, still afternoon actually, so it's doing good time. Good afternoon, everyone. Many thanks to Professor Shinobi for making sure that we're all here. Very distinguished personalities, captains of industry, people who have actually made a mark on the business landscape in Nigeria. One thing about speaking at this time after lunch is that we're a bit weary and we need to try and keep awake. I know that some of us were struggling to do that. So in order to shake us from the roots, greater Kokite. Yes. We're still sleeping. Greater Kokite. Yes. Absolutely, now we're awake. So thank you indeed. UBLS, and then there's this thing about this flyer that's been hovering around. I hope it's not one of the students because it's getting a bit of us. you know, UBLS is becoming a household name. And I dare say that in another 5 years, you're likely to be numero uno. So again, I'm very delighted. I don't have any slides. As you can see, the only slide that's there is my picture, so you could focus on it if you want. But I was asked to come and make some remarks, so I'll be delighted to answer questions if there are after my remarks. But suffice it to say that the presentations that have been made before me is enough for us to chew on, and it's good food for thought for every one of us, even though it came after food. But it's something, there was thought for food, we went to lunch, and then we came back and there was food for thought. So it's something that we should hold very close to our hearts and our chests and make sure that we look through all the points that have been given and we make sure that we imbibe the lessons that have been learned. The UBLS is in a vantage position to lead the drive to make the business landscape in Nigeria a great one. So I congratulate you, Prof, and your team, as I'm confident that the strength of the institution will keep growing. Examining the media as a catalyst for innovation, entrepreneurship, and nation building fits our circumstances. The topic seeks to highlight the role of the media in providing impetus to the triumvirate ideas of innovation, entrepreneurship, and nation building. And it envisages the media's contributions and how they can be responsible for their sustenance, and accentuates their value-adding role through information, education, entertainment, and awareness, and the sector's ability to flourish. Let me set a backdrop. I've been in media all my life. 45 years and counting. 4.5 decades in the industry. I'm saying this because you have to stay the course. I started this in 1977 in Ogun State, where I'd gone to do my A-levels, and that's how I forayed into broadcasting. After 2 years over there, I moved over to Lagos, spent another 5 years in Voice of Nigeria, the international service of the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, as a news anchor, producer, and presenter. And shortly afterwards, I thought that I wasn't getting what I wanted, and I was very hungry for more, so I went on to television. It's not actually right to say I went on to television. I was headhunted by my colleague then, Shola Omoli, who came to the radio house and said to me that, look, I need you to come to NTA, that Mike Enahoro, if you know the name, has retired, and we needed somebody not to step into his shoes because the shoes were so big, but somebody to come and help fill the vacuum, if possible. And I went into this. And after 10 years of working in NTA, I became very restless again. And it was time for me to move, but where do I move to? NTA was the network. There weren't private stations. The industry had not been deregulated. But I've always had that unction that one day I would like to set up a TV station. There were no satellites then, before then, when I was thinking about this. But satellites came just at the advent of the Gulf War. And I remember those days I used to go to American Embassy and the British High Commission to go and collect tapes and watch all the recordings of the satellites from morning to night. And I used to do that with my girlfriend then, my wife today. And we'll sit down and watch television. We'll watch the video recordings and try to learn from it. You know, learn how reports are being made over there and how they're being filed, the lighting. And it's amazing how much you can learn from just sitting down in front of a TV and watching and not just watching the actors. And I still do that up to date. You could never watch the news sitting beside me because I see every flyer that goes across the screen. But shortly after that, after working in NTA for 10 years, I now left to set up a post-production service to service most of the producers who were coming in from the US, from the UK, from Canada, and they wanted somebody to be a fixer in Nigeria and to do the program. So I wrote to them and said, you don't need to come with the equipment. We have the equipment that you need. And so we worked with them. And shortly after that, the industry was deregulated. Now here was a newscaster who was on level 12, not retired, but had resigned. And I applied and said I wanted to have, I want a license to set up a TV station. And of course I was laughed at. But fortunately, and I think by the grace of God, somebody said grace. So I got the license. I remember getting the license and my wife said, what next? Because to set up a TV station is not a child's play. And you know, we had the NTAs at that time. So we couldn't start. For 2 years, I went everywhere trying to look for money. TV was not on the radar of the banks. I went to the international organizations. They were looking at Eastern Europe at that time and said, Africa is not on our radar. The license was going to expire. So I devised a plan. I had a very good relationship with the British Council. I'm a Chiefling Fellow, and I'm in fact the chairman of the Board of Trustees of Chiefling. I was the president of Chiefling Alumni Association. I went to them and I said they should sponsor, that they should give us a grant to buy a transmitter. The transmitter, in fact, was slightly bigger than those books there. No, just half of the size of the books there, stacked together. The transmitter that was being used by my competitors, some of the private ones who had come on the stream, were as long from this beginning of this door to the other door. And I was going to go and compete with them. So the analogy I always draw is that it was, first of all, I say it was audacious because I was being laughed at, vilified, and abused. And I was told I didn't know what I was doing. My colleagues then said I was crazy. Because it's like you want to go into a transportation business today. You go get a Keke Marwa, and then you go to a Kennedy Chuku and ABC Transport and say, I'm going to give you a run for your money. That's not going to work. I mean, they will look at you and say, you're crazy. But of course, today, the rest is history. Today, we tower above, and at the risk of sounding immodest, above all our competitors and peer groups. And why did I tell this story? Because of the fact that in it I embedded the aspects and the ideas of innovation and entrepreneurship. Of course, there's that regulatory aspect that's always trying to stifle developments, as Dr. Awoshika said, which is ever so present and constant. But you know, the driving spirit and the resilience in the Nigerian is never say never. And this, as they say, to die is not in my portion. So the business must grow, it must germinate. So that's how we are today, the station that is the most awarded in Africa. 14 times out of 19, we've won the best station of the year. 19 times out of 19, we've been nominated as the best TV station of the year. 2 times we've been crowned the African best television station of the year. And that's on legacy television. On the digital platform, nobody comes close. The only ones who come close to us is Punch newspapers. We have 11 million followers on social media. 11 million. In the continent of Africa, Nigeria towers above the rest. On YouTube alone, we have over 2 million subscribers, and that's a record. So what it says, and this is coming from the analog days, but right from time, we knew that the digital was going to be something that we had to consider. And so we were one of the first people, if not the first, in Africa to embrace the World Wide Web. But we're the first in Africa, if not the world, to live stream 24 hours our signals on YouTube. So this is why today it's placed us in a position where it's not enviable, because we have to continue to innovate, or like Kodak, you die from the inside. We heard about partnerships. Those have helped us to make sure that we get to where we're going, or where we are. And of course, we're very ubiquitous. We're on every platform that you can think of. So turn this way or that way, channels are staring at your face. So that's why examining the media as a catalyst for these triumvirs fits our circumstances. The topic seeks to highlight the role of the media in providing impetus to all these areas, and it envisages the media's contribution and how they can be responsible for their sustenance, and accentuates their value-adding role through information, education, entertainment, awareness, and the sector's ability to flourish. The role of the media, of which I'm very proud to be part of, is multidimensional. It reflects results on a short and a long-term basis. The critical function of informing the populace is cardinal to innovation. It is cardinal to business, and also to entrepreneurship. Information is the oxygen for knowledge and understanding. Knowledge and understanding are the basis for taking the right action. A state of knowing assumes we feed the mind with facts, with truths and occurrences. For the innovator, the business person and entrepreneur, these facts are processed and they're used to make the right decisions, which are the foundations for future success or failure. And in using appropriate media content, we're not just enlightened, but also have enhanced confidence. Business intelligence comes from the wide range of information provided by the media. They are an aggregation of news from local and global sources to keep consumers abreast of happenings in real time. The continuing revolution in communication technology has resulted in the pluralization of outlets and the overarching notion of digital and social media, so much so that information is now available at the speed of light on your fingertips, with the capacity to shape social and power relations. In business relations, the ability to fetch facts from far-flung places can inform product quality, pricing, and marketing details, and eventually assist organizations to remain competitive. In performing this role, the media acts as the lubricant, helping visualizations and visioning with an ideal business person, which an ideal business person requires. For the innovator, the media is most critical. Innovations are happening every day. We've seen some of them that have been listed. While researches are far more unending, we have some of the professors in the room. Attention to these trends helps appreciate what studies are available or ongoing. And this information aids the researcher in discerning gaps or areas still needing attention, and it provides a sound foundation for progress and development using the media as a catalyst. The same situation applies to an entrepreneur against the need to be upbeat with ideas and initiatives for stability and sustainability. To be stable and consistent, you need to be attentive to trends and the possibility of new resourcefulness to renew customers' attention. And the capacity to do this is a function of awareness, not on a one-off basis, but continuously. And that's why we have 24/7 media services. The understanding is a byproduct of media activity for producing fresh insights harnessed from across distances and streamlined for decent consumption. Therefore, the entrepreneur needs the media for wits on the goings-on and the charting of renewed courses. So the media, we can say once more, asserts its very prime position of being a catalyst. It is catalytic. The media's vital role in innovation, in entrepreneurship and business is unmistakable for being a pivot. It is the tonic for progress, a bedrock for insights, and a foundation for the future, especially in the ideal sense of the word. This is historical as much as it is contemporary. And with the ongoing changes in communications, it will also be a fact in the future. Future? What's the future? Well, with the explosion of technology and the endless amount of data that society is generating, it is difficult to predict the future. Indeed, the future of the media. The media has been greatly disrupted, and we know so, precipitating competition and disorder. But the good news is that chaos, competition, and disorder are all antecedents of opportunities. We have said so, we have said it on the screen, with Dr. Shego now giving us a fantastic presentation. So today, as far as the media is concerned, we live in a world dominated by three hugely disruptive forces. Predictive content, you experience it every day. You type, and Google helps you to complete the sentence. Virtual reality. I don't know, for some of you have bought those big, giant eye goggles. And language barrier eradication. A future media organization will embody all three of these forces. We are at the dawn of a big data, machine learning, and big compute revolution. Dr. Aino mentioned the avatar. We don't know what's on us. It's huge, but we'll have to be ready. The media are now able to collect information, analyze them, and opine. So the future is now. And it lies with prediction. Consider this example. The launch of a high-speed train that takes you from Lagos to Kano in 2 hours. And for you to have a feeling of what it is, you wear those goggles, and you're able to see complete 360 degrees, the routes, the cabins, all the services that are being provided to give you the information that you need to take a decision whether you're going to be on it or not. And of course, think about a world where a media has truly achieved the pinnacle of mass communication, the dissolution of language barriers that I alluded to. Not doing away with the national languages, our Yorubas, our Ibi, my own dialects, Isako, and Hausa, and Igbo, and all the different languages, they still remain. But somebody in Idore Hill speaks to someone in Mongolia. You speak Idore dialects. It comes out to the Mongolian. You've seen some of this software. You speak to your phone, it translates. What's on us is that you speak in real time, and it's translated in real time. So these three disruptive forces of the media are not science fiction, even though when we were growing up, the mobile phones were science fiction. Don't know if you remember that. And we used to say, Oje Marina. Some of us grew up in Lagos, you know, that is not possible. And you see, you look at the wristwatch and there's the picture, the video of the person you're talking to there. It was like it was never ever going to happen, and these are all wishful thinking. So what's the role of the media in growing entrepreneurs in Nigeria? As I try to wind down, because I know that time is fast spent. Many constitutions favor freedom of speech or the right to expression of opinion. The code books often also ask the media to be dutiful in the business of informing, educating, and entertaining as a step towards serving the people's right to know. Because knowing provides the basis for awareness, intelligence, and a conscious populace. And a conscious populace, a conscious population, is a trigger for growth and development. As far as the North and some parts of the South is concerned, we've not achieved that. And that's why it's unfortunate that people read the Quran upside down and do not get the real meaning of what the Quran says, or the Bible upside down, do not get the real meaning of what the Bible says, and do a different thing entirely. But the media's role is to try and educate the people. Our gaze into the future can, after all, be seen from this different perspective. One is that the media could provide the foundation upon which good governance can be built. The second is to venture into the future based on our belief or lack of it in our efforts at improvement. And the third is to envisage a continuous expansion of communication technologies far beyond the domains of the industrial West to other territories, including Africa, and for a good capital to be made out of them. The fourth is to believe that Africa's future, social, economic, and political sectors will improve and consequently rub off on the media. And the fifth is that the philosophical faith is the inevitability of change. And the change to anticipate is a positive one, which relies on the sustenance of media and for governments to be more efficient. These perspectives may not be exhaustive, but they could be representative enough to enable a broad view of the subject matter of media and entrepreneurship growth. The point is that the future is a place ahead of us. We do not just have to arrive at this place only for its sake. We have to reach well in addition. The option of coming well emanates from our inefficient past, which reflectively speaking can be made better through the entrepreneur who are here and those who are coming behind, working in league with the media. We now have smartphones which empower us, all the information at our fingertips. And often what I say at gatherings to young people who are aspiring to go into business is ask yourself the question, what kind of business? What's my business niche? What's my business model? And the last question is, does it work with my phone? If the answer is yes, thumbs up and kudos to you. If the answer is no, look for another business. Thank you very much indeed.
We thank Dr. John Momo for that very inspiring presentation. I wonder what would have happened if he had PowerPoint slides. You kept us alive and awake without any slides. Can we give him another round of applause, please? Now we are moving to the last presentation, but not the least by any means. And we're going to be listening to Mr. Adebrahimo, the Group Managing Director of Alpha Morgan Capital, talking to us on succeeding in disruption. I like the point Dr. Aina made earlier on that it doesn't discuss challenges and opportunities. It discusses challenges and opportunities. So I'm sure Mr. Brahma is going to take us through how we can succeed in disruption. Please put a hand together for him. Again, he has 20 minutes. I must say that Dr. Mohammed kept to his time, only 2 minutes more. You did very well. Okay.
Anyway, still good afternoon. My name is Ade Brahimo. I happen to be the Group Managing Director at Alpha Morgan. Usually very difficult to speak after 4 great doctors. Dr. Aina, OFR, Dr. Woshika, MFR, Dr. John Momo, OOL. Anyway, maybe the federal government will recognize me. And I decided to combine the 3. I'm going to be wearing the cap of my pastoral job here to engage everybody. It's going to be an interesting 22 minutes discussions, and I'm sure all of you will really enjoy it. The Jews say, when a pastor is preaching after bishops, what do you want to say? One of our mothers say, God, there is God. I want to thank the school authority. I want to thank Professor Oluwatoyin Okudikpe. Nice man, quiet, nice man. I want to thank Professor Shinobi. It's my pleasure to be here. I want to thank all the speakers. Thank you. I took note of everybody, and I'm going to begin to use after this meeting. Lastly, when Dr. John Momo was speaking, it's like he was reading my presentation, and I was just smiling. And my colleague was giving me thumbs up. I'd like to announce publicly that I admire your channel. My competitor got to you before us, but we are going to get there. I want you to take it that today you've one additional client that will enjoy your 13 million followership at social media and the traditional channel news. There's actually 10 o'clock part of your news that we are targeting, and I'm not going to say it publicly. I'm sure you give us discount. Thank you so much for what you are doing for the media. Now let's go to my presentation. Succeeding in disruption. Can anybody actually succeed in disruption? Yeah, the truth is yes, you can succeed. And that's what I'm going to be discussing. This thing should succeed though. Which one should I use? Okay. This is Nigeria. Anyway, while we're waiting for them, I told my colleague, let me have my laptop so that this thing don't mess us up. The outline, have introduction. Yeah. Yes, good. Introduction. I'm going to talk about monopoly, disrupted, characteristics of disruptors, call to actions, succeeding in disruption, Alpha-Morgan strategies, and the conclusion. Monopoly, a market in which there are many buyers but only one seller. Exclusive control or possession of something. When you have a monopoly, you can ask for any price you like. It can either be natural, it can be geographic, technological, or government-related. Leaders with monopoly tendency tend to overlook disruption. They don't pay attention to new entrants. They look down on competitors. And imitators, they disregard and ignore them and their relevance. Monopoly is not forever anymore. It has gone forever. Highly movers with evaporating advantages that lasted over time, you are just an innovator. The new hungry entrants, they are imitators. Imitators are usually very cheap. They do lighter things, smaller things. They do it very fast. Initially, it might not be too perfect, but usually getting better. We call them disruptors. Disruptors are everywhere, and they are growing daily. The old businesses do business old ways with many regulations, huge overheads, long processes, procedures, and bottlenecks. New businesses, they do business in new ways. Less regulations, less stringent conditions, few hands with machines, and speed. See the traditionalists, the black cabs. For you to be able to drive, you need to pass and pass and pass. But Uber came, swept them off. Look at our own local yellow cab. Look at the man resting on it. There to get a taxi, they are like small God. But bolted them away. And Okada came, and Marwa too. They have been disrupted. The NIPOs, our almighty NIPOs, UPS, DHL, they've all been disrupted. Yahoo Mail, WhatsApp, GIG Logistic, and Okada. Who can be disrupted? Anything and everything susceptible to disruption. Businesses with high infrastructure, high cost of human capital, large branch network, any business in banking, telecoms, transportation, TV, newspaper, photography, schools, politics and governance, everything including medical, they are going to be disrupted. And you are available for disruption. I'll start with politics and politicians. Not too young to run, they are disrupting the old politicians. Women inclusion, they are unseating the boys. Gender balancing, reducing the seats in the National Assembly and everywhere. YPP in Sierra Leone is called Young People's Party. In Nigeria, it is called Young Progressive Party. They've started winning seats. They are disrupting the old ones. You have the SDP, etc., etc. Banking, PSSP, Flutterwave, Interswitch, Paystack, SPay, PSB, MTN, they just licensed all of them. Money agents, Even in food, Guaranteed Trust Bank is displacing the food sellers. Before you go to Eatery to eat, but these days, you can buy anything through their platform. They recently organized a food show and fashion show. They are disrupting that market. They are no more bank alone, they are now food sellers. E-commerce. Uber is disrupting the food industry too. Hotel, hospitality, cinema. I will not waste time over that. Netflix, right? The churches, the online services, including IVGs, communion, your tithe and something, they are all done online. Therefore, the churches themselves, they are getting disrupted. Advert, newspaper, media, he told us there's a confusion. Online newspaper, influencers, online TV with no staff and address. And they're the one that will post the most damaging information because you can't catch them anywhere. They are disrupting that business. Music and entertainment, TikTok, Instagram, short video, comedy, etc. Even medicine, Doctors Without Borders. Yesterday, I wanted to book an appointment to see a dietitian. The woman sent a mail to me by 2 a.m. that I said, send your address. He said, don't worry, we'll do online. The landlords, they are disrupted because she does not need to lease any property. Photography, smartphone, everyone now, we are photographers, we are filmmakers, we are editors. We edit it, we direct it, we'll produce it on our phone and our computer, and we'll post it. And Instagram will do the rest. Disruption, everything and everyone will be disrupted. Who can be disrupted? According to McKinsey a report, the electric vehicles landscape is rapidly changing. In the coming years, there will be many more EVs taken to the road, to the sea, even the sky, including flying taxi. In the US, the EVS sales have climbed by 40% since 2012. Tesla's, this is the range of their share price, $546 to almost $1,000, with market capitalization of almost about $763 billion. By 2035, the largest automotive markets will be fully electric. There is a disruption coming there. Identifying warning signal of disruption. Internally, when you begin to experience high staff attrition, like Dr. Aino said, right? Ex-staff competing with you, you begin to know that your business is about to be disrupted. Externally, if you are in a business where there is little or low entry restriction, there is no need for big capital outlay and expertise. Your business, you don't need to be in a particular place to provide the service to people. Just like what the Andela people are doing, they recruit engineers from everywhere and they post them and they are in Nigeria and they are working. Non-regulated business, your business is not licensed. You don't need license to start what you are doing. You are susceptible. Low requirement of research, patent and quality control. Free entry and unrestricted inflows of new entrants. Like the clubhouse, you are going to be disrupted. Now, if you're in a product where there are growing substitutes and alternatives, like generator, solar panel is dealing with them. Petrol vehicle, we have discussed that. Cameras and smartphone. Everything is about to be disrupted. But there is still, okay, let me take you through the characteristics of disruptor. They're usually very aggressive, with cost reduction of free service, have low OPEX, low headcounts. They lack physical presence or offices, usually with laptop and fast-growing data acquired delay. Initially, quietly, while pretending to be a problem solver or solving an identified problem or value, or they want to ease, or they want to reduce the long and solve a age-long problems. They will pretend to be very cheap. They're not structured. They don't have brand equity from day one, but building users, building data, and building followers. They will shorten the processes using untested and unregulated technology solutions. They are quick in their decision making. The whole company will take decision. They will, you go to ESCO, from ESCO to this one, they are taking their decision. They target the cash flow, the value chain, and they want to capture the wallet, everything. They usually start as your client. They will say they want to leverage on your license. At the end of the day, they will become competitor. They are in competition with you. That is that is the tendency. In our own space, these are some of the faces of the people disrupting the business. You have the Flutterwave, the Paystack. We all know FMDQ, disrupting the Nigerian Stock Exchange, now NGS. You have NSD2, now disrupting what they are doing. Even the FMDQ has a company called FMD Clear, disrupting what CS that have been doing for almost 50 years, what they are doing. Disruption is everywhere. And what I'm trying to say is, prepare your mind for disruption. Just prepare for it. Now, there are some calls to action. Don't be afraid of disruption. Take the battle to the enemy camp. Understand globalization can be a disruption. Get your business ready for global recognition and get it reasonably recognized in readiness to disrupt or to destabilize the disruptor. If you cannot go, send someone. If it will become a major distraction, invest in a leader or the leader of disruption for your footprint and to delay the action from coming to come and attack you. I'm saying it again. If you cannot go, send someone. I will explain further. Incursion into new businesses, looking away from traditional comfort and leveraging brand value to disrupt order for alternative cash flow. Look at Meccano. We all grew up to know Meccano. All they do is they sell generator. They have gone into power generation. I was shocked that they're actually in construction, they are in medical, and they're even selling cars now. And they call the car Shelly or whatever, Gelly or something. A lot of people, we are ignoring them, but they are tapping another cash flow from another sources to position their name, leveraging on the brand Meccano. The same thing with Genesis. I wanted to go, I was tired sitting. I wanted to go and watch a film. And I was just driving. And I now saw Genesis Tonguesha, a branch. Say, what are they doing here? They say it's food. Suddenly I noticed that Genesis is now Genesis Restaurant. Because there's a value chain. When you go to the show, you buy popcorn. They don't sell popcorn alone now. They sell something. Instead of selling popcorn alone, let's sell other things. They have restaurant. Disruption. FMA is Funds Manager Association of Nigeria, which we belong to. They believe that the money we are contributing as members cannot take them anywhere. They formed something called FMA Academy. They are now training, they are now schools, training for us in our industry. Ready-made, tailor-made. Disruption, you have to succeed in it. Look at Guarantee Trust Bank. I've discussed that. I've discussed the MTO, the telcos too. Capturing the entire chain. Call to action. Differentiating your business from the crowd. What people are doing now in our sector is when you have a lot of money, right? You don't stay running microfinance or running asset management alone. You metamorphose into something big that you can capture more cash flow. Invest in robust distributive blockchain ledger technology. This will position the business to reach and build new direct relationships and grow client base. Invest in technology that will enable your business service and be noticed by millennials and everyone. Don't run a business that those younger ones will not patronize. Your business will be disrupted. Now let me tell you, succeeding in disruption, our strategy. This is very interesting, and I want you to listen, and I'll finish very soon. Alpha Morgan Holco. In 2012, like Oga was saying, Dr. John Memo, when we started, we discovered we cannot win or compete with the industry leaders. We identified them, ARM, Meristem, Chapel Hill, United Capital, etc. We decided to just hide. We started playing balance sheet game. Thereafter, we play shareholders game. I don't want to mention publicly because this is online, our shareholders fund as of today. I'm not sure some of these banks that in their first 1 year, their shareholders fund cannot be as big as ours. That's the truth. But we were hiding so that we don't get disrupted because we actually wanted to disrupt people. We joined the branding game. Daily appearance in business, if you pick your picture, all the secretaries, they will see it there. Alpha Morgan will give them their cross rate, because that's what is important to them, and the price of produce, just quietly. We now started adopting media so that people will give back to society. We adopted 1,004 to Babish and Osborne Kingsway Road. And we put our name there for sleepless, subtle adverts. They don't sleep. But people see it. Yes, we are still hiding. Then we went into radio adverts with hourly time share. Then TV as selectively. You will see in this presentation. And luckily, the chairman has told me now that he will give me discount. Because that 10 o'clock fight, we will all fight it together. That is it. We introduced the quarterly web. We spoke to Bismarck, one of the leaders in that sector, responsible, respectful. And he started talking for us because we couldn't join the Lagos Business School. They refused to admit me. He said, okay, if you don't admit me, me too, I will create my own. He started talking to us every quarter, last Tuesday of every quarter. We have 500 attendees in the last one. The next one will be Tuesday, 28th of June. You can link in. You can join. We are still hiding. We started attracting, retaining the best brains and best hands in the industry and in the banks. Still not noticed. We started building our counterparties, started trading big in fixed income space. We joined the issue house game. We joined the issue. We were appointed by Lagos State to raise the last 500 billion they did, became 13. We joined Edo State, became third to raise that 25 billion. We obtained our maiden rating. They said we are BBB minus, investment grade. We are happy. We said, okay, these financials, people will not respect it too much. If it is Ade and Ade and Co. We called Deloitte. They're actually in our office now, auditing our 21 year. If you give it to you, you cannot fault it anymore. We are still hiding. We became the second largest shareholder in Nigerian Stock Exchange. They call them NGS PLC. We are still hiding. We acquired an headquarters in Osborne Kingsway Road quietly so that we can prepare ourselves to fight the banks for deposit business. We are still hiding. As a disruptor, right, you must hide. We are not noticed yet. Why am I telling you this story? Disruptors are not sleeping. Disruptors, the people that will disrupt your business, they're not sleeping. We're not sleeping. Other people they didn't pay attention to us, but suddenly we have now become a leader in the industry and too big to fail. That is the truth, right? They are getting grants and getting stronger daily with new things. You too should start doing something new and unusual things. They are making noise. You too make your own noise. The work in the local oil supply has already Dangote has built the refinery. Building refinery is not the issue. How are you going to sell? He has already concluded that quietly for the distribution. Don't ignore this. Take the battle to their ground. They can be crushed, delayed, they can be silent, but they cannot be stopped forever. They will come for you. Can anyone say we are small now? We are not. We fought all the balance sheet, everything, counterparty, branding, profitability. As of today, we have about 120,000 square meters of land in this Ikoyi, Lekki, Victoria Land, and VI in our land banking. We are still hiding. That is the truth. What we did with disruption. If you will not go, like I said, send someone. In the technology payment gateway, we invested from foundation in CBN licensed PSP business called SP Business Solution. We are having 48% of it. It was licensed, that company was licensed about a month ago. Because our license will not allow us to go and play there, we send something. They will compete with Wave. They will compete with Paystack, Interswitch, and Number in POS, payment, and bills, and everything. In consumer market, we are not allowed to create loan, except structured loan, right? We went and we are acquiring a major shareholding in a licensed finance house to compete with Fast Credit, do SME loans. We are in one of the universities, we are supporting them, but the students are just walking past. They're not doing anything with us. But with this, they'll be able to put their little savings with us and borrow money from us. You must bank the value. We now created Alpha Morgan Invest. One is an application. We are allowed to collect money from people. We are using our license as portfolio and funds manager to run this, to compete with Piggy Bank and use it to distribute 120,000 square meters of land that we have. Disruption is real. Who are we? We started just 2012. These are what we have achieved. We have a year of about 120 million. I've told you about our rating. We have almost about 100 staff, Lagos and Abuja. We're training. We were still hiding. We do asset management, money together, dollar and naira, and we invest it in asset classes. We are still hiding. Now, as I conclude, our vision is just to be one of the leading investment banks in Africa and train people and provide them to the industry. Try to be professional. We don't give bribe. We don't take bribe like where we were trained in Guarantee Trust Bank, and try to satisfy our clients. We have 3 companies: Alpha Morgan Advisory, Alpha Morgan Capital, the parent, and a stockbroking business. What is the future? We want to metamorphose into banking group so that money can be coming from it. We want to be listed on the stock exchange. But our leaders, they don't know. Because as a disruptor, you must hide. So that by the time you are out, you are becoming too big to be destroyed. But if you make too noise early, they will crush you. This is our back to society. We won this award 2016. People begin to notice, I think these people are doing something interesting. They gave us another nomination 2017. They noticed us finally, they said, investment banking institution to watch in 2016. United Capital, they put us by the side, FCMB, RMB Merchant Bank, and that is the little Alpha Morgan that they put there. This is what I told you that we give with every day in the business day. You will see it there. Just this subtle publication. And suddenly, somebody says suddenly. Last week, they said Alpha Morgan ranked among the fastest growing companies in Africa. Wow. From Financial Times International, we are not hiding again. They said we are the financial service sector, 7th in Nigeria and 22nd in Africa. We cannot hide again. And okay, don't worry, I've told you I'm your next customer. Yeah. I'm finishing in 2 minutes. Don't worry, I'll finish in 2 minutes. But you need to listen to this. I don't know whether if it's play. Yeah, play, yeah, just press it. Put a slideshow. Put slideshow. Just go to. Conclusion. This is my conclusion. Disruption is very close to your business. It is real. and it has come to stay. The era of no rival, monopoly has gone forever. Do not ignore disruption and disruptors. 30 years ago, the old banks, Unilag Bank, UBA, First Bank, and others, they ignored and waved aside. Don't mind those guarantee trust banks. They say innovation, they don't know anything, excellent service. Guarantee trust banks, any bank. Today, they are the leaders with trillions of assets and shareholders under control. The younger banks then produce smartest bankers running mega banks and investment banking firms like Alpha Morgan and Access Bank. Ring-fence your business, capture your entire value chain and total wallet. Take the battle to the enemies. Take it to the account. Do what the disruptors are doing. Copy them. No crime in doing it better than them. If you will not go, this is the third time I am mentioning it. Send someone. You don't want to put your name, use your name to attack them. You don't want to carry your name, put money, buy the leader in the industry. If you don't buy them, right, before you acquire, if you don't buy them, they will come and acquire you. And doctor said it, that the smaller banks, the startup fintech, they are acquiring the microfinance. The unicorn will start acquiring the big ones. Therefore, go and put money there so that you will not be swallowed. Monopoly is not forever anymore. Disruption is a tsunami. Where is Kodak? Dr. John says so. Be prepared. Ignore disruption at your risk. I'd like to thank you all for listening. Thank you. Thank you.
Very interesting presentation. Can we put our hands together for him again? Once again, I think we should commend ULBS for attracting this array of speakers. You can see differences in presentation style, differences in background, and uniqueness in the experience, practical experiences they shared with us. Now, the time we have to ask questions and make comments has been reduced to 30 minutes. So please, if you have comments or questions to make, put up your hand so that I can count those who want to comment. Just raise your hand. If you want to, okay, one. Any other person? Okay, let me take the microphone to you. Please make it sharp and straight to the point. Any one of them can answer. But if you have any specific, direct question, just mention the person.
Good afternoon, everyone. A very wonderful session we've had and very enlightening. I wanted to pose this question to Dr. Segun, who spoke on fintech. And a very germane issue is around corporate governance, which you mentioned. And as much as we sold the narrative around, fintech, the role they are playing in disruption, I also don't want this to be lost on us that there are a lot of issues with corporate governance in many of these firms. For instance, I'm sure you know that a lot of them, in fact, there have been issues around fake fintechs. Because, this sort of pressure around, this disruption by this fintech has led to a lot of people investing in these firms. If you pay attention to social media, it is rife with a lot of news of people who have lost money to many of these people. And many of them, this mad rush for capital in these firms, has also been something that people have lost really their lifetime income on these things. And the news is a lot on the social media. I don't know how to say this in a way that I don't rub off on the firm, but even some of the big names, I'm sure he knows what I'm talking about, also enshrined in corporate governance issues. So it's good to talk about the disruption that they bring, but I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that regulators, I know you would have access to them. We also, progress without some sort of control can be very deadly, and systemic if we're not careful about that. So I'd just like that you use your good office to advance this cause. You can't have a 26-year-old boy accessing millions of dollars without teaching him some form of control. So I think that's a very big issue I wanted to speak on. And then also too, in your role in advocacy, on them solving real problems. We can't have 250 fintechs, teaching us how to pay money in the same way. There are a lot of human issues that they can solve. The goal mustn't be everyone must be doing a fintech, if you understand what I mean. So it can be solving different social problems. And there are a lot of social problems. Dr. David spoke about a lot of problems in the country. So these tech companies can be solving social problems, real problems that will make humanity and Nigeria a better place. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Any other comment or question? Okay. I think I would pass the microphone to Dr. Ainon, then I will make my concluding remarks, and then we'll draw the curtain on this session.
Yes, thank you very much. That was a very great remarks. You said it all. In every business, either disruptor or regular business or traditional business, governance is very, very key. And we've seen that some of the new entities, and it's not far-fetched in terms of the experience level and exposure of funders. And one of the messages that we are passing out today for fintech that are growing is that the same idea or energy or the values that you have to create a company, will not be the same that you need to run a much bigger company. And that is why experience has shown Microsoft and so on of this world at a certain stage where you know that you do not have the managerial skill to lead those companies anymore. Engage professional managers to run it for you while you continue to be the thinking the standing board for those businesses. So as our fintechs, our new entities are growing, management and whatever board they have must recognize that. The fact that you are a co-founder does not mean that you have to be partially the CEO, because you will not have the experience to run a much bigger company. The second thing I want to say in terms of some of the things you have said, yes, we have digital lenders, digital investment, that have defrauded a lot of people. Well, it's not because they are fintech, it's because that is, we've had MMM and all this. So it's like digitizing the MMMs. So it's nothing new. It's just digital that has made it difficult. Some of the marketing that we are seeing that have some ethical issues are, those digital lenders, the way they harass their, customers and so forth, all sort of unethical things. All those have been done because it's not, because it's not part of corporate governance. But as we move on, we are seeing a lot of companies addressing that in line with what I've said earlier. For instance, one of the biggest fintechs in the world, Stripe, they recently, about a year ago, invited Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of England. He also was the former governor of the Bank of Canada, to the board of that company. And there was a reason for that, so that at least they can provide some insight. Even here in Nigeria, further away, the chairman is Dr. Tuli Lemo, used to be deputy governor, in Central Bank. So the more of such experienced people that we have on those boards, the better we will see in terms of the governance issues and challenges that you have seen. I think let me stop at that point.
Thanks a lot. I'll give Dr. Awosika the microphone for a minute if she has anything else to add from the discussion that have taken place.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Again, I just want to say that as we live here, let's put faith to action. If you did believe in what has been said and we all enjoy it, let's get more results and let's get ULBS really showcasing solutions to our youths and even existing companies so that we can move forward. And to me, that's the role of the university. Several years ago, precisely in 1982, when I went for my PhD, I didn't know that I was a Nigerian student. But when the professor called me that we give you this area, we don't give such areas to foreign people, but we will give you. We want to see what you can do. I was angry. I said, what is this thing? But when the work progressed, he said, you need to sign a document. I found out that the job was a solution to industry. The research was a solution to industry. And so when they started seeing results, I needed to sign to them not to publish. So, and I signed. And the drug is in the market, but by a Nigerian. So, but I can't take it because I signed that it's intellectual property, and all of that. So I'm saying this to say that we have quite a lot of solutions to give out there from ULBS. And there's room, great room, to be able to drive Nigeria for today and tomorrow with what we've had in the various sectors that are spoken today. So I'm looking forward to this solution. I'm hopeful. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. 1 minute for Dr. Momo. Any last question?
Well, I mean, I just want to say that this has been quite an exciting session, and we've got so many takeaways. It's not often that you come to a conference and you get this kind of takeaways and the lessons that we've been able to pick up and learn. We put them into practice. One thing I just like to say is we should make sure that the notes that we've taken today are put into action, because it's a continuing story. The journey never stops. There's nothing like a success. You get there, you disrupt the curve again, and you start all over again. And that will make you a great man. It's a moving target. Success is a moving target. So you keep shooting at it. ULBS. Well done. Bravo. Once again, kudos, and all the members of the team. And as is often, Pastor, I'll steal your line. God bless you all.
Well, it's been a pleasure for me chairing this session, and I hope you've learned a lot and you've enjoyed some of the wonderful insights that our speakers have shared with us. I'm sure when ULBS is going to run the second international conference, it will be bigger than this, it will even be richer than this. This is a very good start. I commend them. And I'm sure that going forward, they will do some of these things that people are talking about. The business school should be an incubator for ideas and great innovation. And one thing they have going for them is the massive goodwill that University of Lagos has. Any department, any unit in that university that is not tapping into that goodwill is just wasting its time. So ULBS, you have a lot of goodwill to tap into, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Several takeaways, like you said, sir. Success is a moving target. I'm a scientist. I understand targets. I understand accuracy. I understand the pinhole, and this resonates with me. Also, when you are beginning to be disruptive or going against the destructor, you need to hide. Thank you, sir. Those two things, I'm going away with them. I want to say a big thank you to Mrs. Ibuku Awoshika in absentia. Thank you very much. We also went away with a lot of nuggets from her. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Shegwa, thank you very much, sir. I was a bit confused, but truth be told. But then, quite a lot of our children are in that field. So I would tell them everything you have said. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our mama, Dr. Mrs. Deria Woshika, thank you very much, as usual and as always. I sing a little bit. The singing community missed a voice, but it's nice the voice is in the media. Dr. John Momo, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much. Mr. Adebrahima, I shall hide henceforth until I emerge and I get featured on Arise. It's a pleasure to have you this evening, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Please let's give them all a round of applause. It's been a wonderful evening. I say a big thank you. It's a beautiful afternoon well spent. Yes or yes? Thank you very much. Please let's do it again. Give them another round of applause. I'll crave your indulgence that we move near this place for a beautiful photograph for the plenary session speakers, so that this can actually go into history. The first sets of speakers, the first international conference of ULBS. Thank you. Sorry, the women are affirmative. It's 35%. She can't be by the side.
Some years backwards, when they brought a pastor from the Int'l to my model church in Maryland, at Maryland in Lagos, he said he would only be releasing us only when the Holy Spirit allows us. I called him, I said, Oga, this is Lagos, so if you keep on praying, by the time you open your eyes, you won't find anybody in the congregation. As one of the few things I learned in the seminary is to be able to know when to halt the service and defer till some other days, since the service never ends. So, ladies and gentlemen, my team met me just now, and they said, Prof, look at the time. We know you are a driver, but you know, why don't we move all the other sessions till tomorrow for virtual? And I look at the time too. I say, okay. And I look at the faces of, without even consulting the spirit, I knew straight away that I'm sure you agree with me that we should defer till tomorrow. And since there is no more hiding anyway, we have been hiding, and since we have come out of our hiding, I think we should actually call it a day for now. And more so, we have learned so much. We have imbibed so much. We now need to begin to act on those little things that we have learned. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let me personally thank the chairman this time around for doing this job for us. And the MC, I remember to thank you this time around. Yes. That is, you understand? I'm thanking you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for all of you. We thank you so much for your patience. We thank you for your commitment. We thank you for standing by University of Lagos Business School. And we thank you for what you are going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow we have 8 speakers. They are going to run in 4 different streams. So you are going to spend just about 2 hours in totality. Okay, so it's going to commence we are going to open the line by 11 a.m. and latest by 1:30 we are done. So kindly join us again. Today has been exciting. Tomorrow shall be more exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank our wonderful speakers. It amazes me too how ULBS has been able to gather this expertise for Nigeria as a whole and for the generality of the world. So once again, I thank you, sir. I thank you, man. May God bless you. We wish you journey mercies to your various destinations. And may God in his infinite wisdom, mercy, guide, protect, prosper all of us. Thank you and God bless you. Enjoy the rest of your evening.